Oh, gosh. The ghost. Really?
See, I did the microphone. No, I was. Say is, even if the camera, because everything's done by Court Smart, and this can't hear objection, taking care of the issue. Second, yes, graphs recessed yesterday. The most recent is the case of Johnson State, 351 Southern 3rd, 252 out of the first DCA. And in that case, the defendant appealed and argued that photos admitted were cumulative and overly gruesome. Said photographs of a victim and not so shocking to defeat the value. And it's the test for admissibility of photographic evidence is relevancy, not necessity. But relevant photos are substantially outweighed by the danger or needless present cumulative evidence. And it also acknowledged there is some amount of prejudice inherent when there is a violent murder. In this particular case, have reviewed the photograph to take into account the relevant case law. I'm going to allow all the photographs submitted. Part of the state's theory. Self-defense, so they're relevant purpose show the exit. They're relevant to show the entry. State's theory that he are graphic, but I also think that these photographs, as stated yesterday, are sanitized, and that the state is not seeking all the photographs of the autopsy, including photos of internal organs that would depict the path. And I think also in today's culture, photographs like this are not as gruesome as they would have been 30 or 40 years ago, just because we as a society have so much more access to graphic depictions, whether it's just on a regular television, movies, the internet, those sorts of things. But even if that wasn't the case, I think that all these photographs are going to be relevant to the state's theory of the case and to disprove the defendant's theory of the case, and again are not so graphic and so shocking that their probative value would, that there's a danger of the jury being unfairly prejudiced by this. So I'm going to go ahead and admit the photographs.
Thank you, Your Honor. For purposes of the record, we would note our objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay.
We have the benefit.
All right.
We have the benefit of the court's ruling. Thank you.
Your Honor, and if I may, I went through them again last night, and again, very much tried to streamline everything, and I took out State's Exhibits 79 and 106.
Okay.
I eliminated two of them, but again, I felt that eliminating any others would impact the jury's ability to understand the sequence of the wounds.
Okay.
And again, I think the court may have mentioned it about the sanitized. These are all photographs taken after the body is cleaned. They're not bloody. They're not gory. They're very sort of clinical and medical in the wounds that they're actually depicted.
Okay. And so what I'll go ahead and do is now the state will be eliminating photographs 79 and
106.
79 and 106. So I guess I'm going to unadmit those.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they've already been admitted, but I would ask, I guess.
They'll just be withdrawn?
Yes, sir, and not sent back with the jury.
Okay. All right. So 79 and 106 are now withdrawn as evidence and will not be sent back to the jury room, nor will they be published to the jury.
Yes, sir.
This morning.
And, we discussed there were a couple that were similar in terms of the back, and I thought about duplicating that in my slide presentation to the jury. The issue with that is that when they go back with the physical photographs, they will not have that, and so they would then simply have a close-up of a wound and have no context as to where that wound occurred. Okay. So I don't think that would be practical for the jury.
Okay.
So.
All right. So the next issue that came up yesterday was about whether or not the defendant's expert witness can be in the courtroom during the defendant's testimony. And Mr. Alderman, what's your position on that?
Judge, I did not review the case last night. Last time I reviewed that case law, was that there was case law in favor of it. From a practical perspective, I don't know that it changes a lot at this point. I mean, she met with Ms. Kuhn 6 times and gave detailed accounts of what happened. If Ms. Kuhn wants to give another version of what happened and Dr. Harper wants to talk about that, I don't care.
So you don't have any objection
No,
to her
sir,
remaining in the courtroom? Okay. All right, so with that, the court doesn't need to address the defense request. The state will agree to that. But I did have some case law on the issue, but since it's now a moot point, we won't go into that. Maybe afterwards. All right. I need to step off just for a minute and address something. So I'll just step out for just a couple of minutes, and we'll be in recess for just 2 or 3 minutes.
Please rise for the pledge. Thank you.
we need to address something that came to my attention. And it involves juror number 58, who's on seating chart number 40, initials LB.
I'm sorry,
this
Judge,
morning,
what was the juror number you said?
juror number 58 on seating chart number 40, LB,
Okay, yes, sir.
who is now the second alternate.
Yes, sir.
And it came to my attention this morning that he asked court security a question, did not do it in front of any member of the panel, but just stepped out and asked court security a question. And the question was this: essentially, what if I have questions? Can I ask them now, or do we wait till the end? The court security officer simply said, usually you wait to the end, and then they write the question on a piece of paper and submit it to the court. So I wanted to bring that to the party's attention, just to get that on the record. This did not occur in front of any of the other jurors. It just occurred between this one juror and the court security officer. Also note this is the second alternate as well. So I wanted to bring it to y'all's attention that that question had been asked and that the court security answered with what would be our normal protocol anyway. So any comments on that?
Would the court be inclined to bring him out and at least put on the record that we were aware that he had that question and perhaps address it at that particular time, whichever way the court wants to, but I think it needs to be acknowledged in an overabundance of caution.
Mr. Alderman?
I mean, yes, I guess it would depend as to what the question is. It a question about the case or evidence, which I think would be natural for all the jurors to have questions. Obviously, we're halfway through a trial. Or is it a question about something more procedural?
In talking to court security, their feeling was that it was more procedural, like how is a trial conducted. That was their impression.
Because I think if there's questions of that nature, the court may be able to answer.
Right.
So I guess I would agree with Mr. Matthews if the court wants to just bring him out and ask him that question by himself.
But when I give him the instruction about questions, I'm only giving him that one instruction. I'm not telling the other jurors that.
I mean, it may be something that we may need then to provide to all of the jurors. Like I said, if it's
I could always just give them that instruction. I could do it now, and just say something to the effect of, "I'm going to give you an additional instruction," and I mean that way that avoids that juror. And then somebody asks the question, and then he just answers it.
That's fine with me, Your Honor.
Let me pull out that particular instruction. I know it's in the closing comments. I think Mr. Alderman's right. I mean, obviously, the jurors, I mean, are going to have questions throughout the trial in their mind because they haven't heard all the evidence. So,
And as a court, so where that's a short, very short passage anyway, so
what now?
that particular portion of the,
What I think
real brief.
Yeah, what I'll read is, I'll just say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to give you an additional instruction. If you need to communicate with me, please send a note through court security. If you have a question, if you need to communicate with me, send a note through court security. In this case, any questions you may have, you will have an opportunity after all the evidence has been presented to ask any questions you may have. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court.
Satisfactory to the defense,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Alderman?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I don't know if the court wants to also give a gentle reminder to all the members of the jury not to discuss the case or anything with anybody.
Okay. Okay. All right, let me. So this is how I think I'm going to do it. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through court security. Any questions you may have need to wait until deliberations begin. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. Does that sound good?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's fine with the defense, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Anything else that we need to address?
Not about defense, Your Honor.
Okay. Just briefly, Judge, and I did address it about, and I know we discussed at length yesterday the camera issue.
Mm-hmm.
But something was brought to my attention yesterday when we were sitting here talking about the autopsy photos. I was contacted by people saying that the contents of my laptop were being shown on the recording, including as I'm going through the autopsy photos.
Okay.
Which I was told would not happen. Obviously, I can't get away from the camera. It's right over my shoulder, and I feel like I have nowhere to go. But I don't think that my laptop should be shown on the recording. I know the court's hands are very limited.
I would just ask if.
And I did address it. And
the shot not included, and it's.
Yes, sir.
Right. It's the structure of this courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Just makes it very difficult when we have live feeds, and that's not their fault. I mean, that's not their fault. It's just kind of the structure of the courtroom and where cameras placed to avoid, obviously, showing the jurors. So anyway, but hopefully that won't happen. And,
Yes, sir.
okay. Anything else?
Let's do it, Judge.
All right. Let's bring the jury in.
Yes, sir.
Well, before we bring them in, if the attorneys can approach, I have one follow-up question for them. You've got the computer set up. Do you want me to test it real
Do a
quick?
practice run. Mitch set me up, so it should be.
I'll go ahead and test it.
I had a clicker here somewhere. There it is.
Okay. All right. Looks like it's. All right. Just tell me when
Yes, sir.
you're going to be using those. All right.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alderman, I'll let you take a minute to discuss what we discussed at the bench with the witness.
Yes, sir. I'll be right back.
Just waiting for Mr. Alderman.
Could I ask you a housekeeping question at the bench? It's not, oh wait.
once Mr. Alderman gets back in, then we'll. All right. All right, and Mr. Barnes wanted to talk about something at the bench. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Yeah, tell them that they can go back into the jury room, and the attorneys wanted some additional time to talk to their client. Okay? All right, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Please rise for the judge.
Okay, everybody can be seated.
Thank you for the time,
All
man.
right.
We appreciate it.
Oh, not a problem, I understand. You needing the additional time, and anything that we need to address at this time before we bring the jury in?
No, no.
Okay, and, okay. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in, and I will give them the instruction and then turn it over to the state to call its first witness.
Bring the jury.
Judge, I'm sorry, real quick. I think we've covered it before, but just for Mr. Estes, Mr. Barnes, typically the way I do experts, I go through sort of my background questions, and then, I'll ask if the defense have any questions, because obviously the court is not supposed to make a ruling, this person is an expert.
Correct.
So rather than ask for a ruling from the court, once I'm done with my sort of predicate
You'll
background
ask if they want
questions-
to voir dire the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So,
Fine, Judge.
and then if there's, either when they're done or there's no questions, then I'll simply move into my questions without the court making that determination.
All right.
Agreed, John.
Are we good, sir?
Yes.
All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, members of the jury, before we get started today, I need to ask whether or not any of you have received any information about this case, seen anything on the internet about this case, had anybody try to talk to you about this case since we last saw each other yesterday? Okay, all the jurors are shaking their heads no. Also, again, let me remind you that you cannot discuss this case with anybody. And again, do not use social media, the internet, anything else to get any information about this case or the people and places involved. Everything you will need to decide this case will occur here in the courtroom. Also, I'm going to give you an additional instruction. If you happen to have a question and need to communicate with me, send a note to court security. Any questions that you have can only be submitted after you begin deliberations. And so if you have a question, during that time, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. So I wanted to go ahead and give you that instruction at this time. And with that, Mr. Alderman, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may call your next witness.
David, call Dr. Oleski. Oleski? Deanna Oleski?
Have ma'am raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, ma'am, have a seat in the chair. Hold the chair as close to the microphone as you can and speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you. Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Dr. Deanna Oleski, Oleske.
And how are you presently employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner in District 1.
And can you describe your basic duties as Chief Medical Examiner?
In addition to my administrative duties, I perform my regular medical examiner duties, which include doing autopsies, preparing autopsy reports, and giving expert testimony.
And what area does your office cover?
My office covers 4 counties, Escambia, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, and Walton counties.
And how many people do you have under your supervision at the medical examiner's office?
I have a team of 30 employees and 5 doctors.
And do you know how many autopsies your office performs every year?
Approximately 1,800 to 2,000.
Okay. And how many of those do you typically perform personally?
About 200 to 250.
Every year?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you been at the District 1 Medical Examiner's office?
Since November of 2020.
Okay. You've been the chief that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where were you employed prior to that?
I was the Associate Medical Examiner in St. Johns County in District 23 in St. Augustine for about 3.5 years.
Okay. And what were your duties there in St. Johns County?
As an Associate Medical Examiner, I did the same things I did here with less responsibility, doing autopsies, creating autopsy reports, and giving expert testimony.
And what is your educational background?
I did 13 years of school to become a forensic pathologist. I started with a 4-year undergraduate degree at Indiana University. Following completion of that, I successfully matriculated into medical school in Detroit, Michigan at Wayne State. Following those 4 years, I became a medical doctor. I obtained my Texas medical license, and I went to residency training in anatomic pathology at the University of Texas in Houston. This is the core basis of a subspecialty that studies the diseases of tissues in a hospital. Following 4 years of that subspecialty training, I did a 1-year fellowship at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences, which is also in Houston, Texas. And that's where I completed my forensic pathology fellowship. So 13 years.
Yes, ma'am. And where are you licensed to practice medicine?
Here in the state of Florida currently.
Okay. And are you board certified in any areas?
I am dually board certified in both anatomic and forensic pathology.
I'm familiar with Dr. Leski's resume. We have no objection to going forward at this time.
All right, Mr. Alderman, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. Dr. Oleski, I want to talk to you about was there an autopsy performed by your office on September 10th of 2021?
Yes.
And who was the subject of that autopsy?
The subject, the decedent's name was Collin J. Turner.
And who performed that autopsy?
That was Associate Medical Examiner Dr. Timothy J. Gallagher.
And does your office, the medical examiner's office, maintain a file for every autopsy that is performed?
Yes.
And is that file kept in the ordinary course of the medical examiner's business?
Yes.
And you have access to that file?
Yes.
And did you review that file?
I did.
Okay. And what exactly did you review in terms of that autopsy?
I reviewed the autopsy report, the autopsy photographs, the radiographs or x-rays, the toxicology report, handwritten notes or body diagrams that Dr. Gallagher had produced, and chain of custody, I think, and the investigator's report too. Everything basically that was in the file.
And those items that you reviewed, did they provide you with the information necessary to form your own opinion as to the cause and manner of death for Mr. Collin Turner?
Yes.
Were there any external injuries observed to Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And can you describe the standard procedure when an autopsy is performed?
Sure. When our office is notified of a death that is non-natural, we assume jurisdiction of that body and custody of that body. When they come into the autopsy suite, we first take photographs as they were received to us, so whatever they were wearing, if they were wearing clothing or if it was cut clothing. And then we go through and we see if there's any defects in the clothing that may correspond to injuries on the body. We take and collect evidence if necessary or assist law enforcement in doing so at that time. Following that, we take, quote, dirty photographs of any of the wounds, again, to show as they were originally. And then following that, we clean everybody up and we reshoot the photographs and try to make them as clean as possible so it's clear where the injuries are.
And for Mr. Collin Turner, what was the cause of those external injuries?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Now, the gunshots that Mr. Collin Turner suffered, are you able to determine what order the wounds occurred in chronologically?
I cannot.
Are you able to determine whether all the wounds were inflicted at approximately the same time?
I believe that they were.
Can you describe the first injury?
Sure. The first injury was a gunshot wound of the left upper posterior torso, which is over left upper back, which goes through the muscles of the back, the 6th and 7th cervical vertebra of your neck, and then the musculature in the skin over the right lateral neck, where it does where it exits and then re-enters.
And I'm going to pause
go
you
ahead.
right there. You mentioned the entrance wound in the posterior torso, correct?
Yes.
Judge, if you could activate the screen for me. And Dr. Oleski, here in State's Exhibit 76, at the top right of the screen there, is that the wound you're describing to the posterior torso?
So yes, where that L-shaped ruler and the yellow circle number 5 is where the first injury that I'm describing is located.
Okay. So the number 5 does not correlate to the, again, the chronology of the wounds. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now you described that as an entrance wound. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you able to determine if that is an entrance wound?
So entrance wounds are characteristically circular, look like a punched out hole, and they have a collar around them called the margin of abrasion, which is caused by as the projectile is literally scraping the skin as it's boring into the body.
And what was the direction of that gunshot wound there?
This direction of this projectile gunshot wound was from back to front, left to right, and upward.
And was there an exit wound associated with this gunshot wound?
Yes,
Okay. Where was the exit wound?
over the right lateral neck.
And State's Exhibit 80, what are we looking at, State's Exhibit 80?
So we are looking at the right side of Mr. Turner's cheek and neck, and this is a corresponding gunshot exit wound.
And was there a re-entry wound associated with this gunshot?
Yes.
And where was the re-entry wound?
The re-entry wound was over the right wrist.
And State's Exhibit 82, is that the injury you just described?
Yes.
Okay. Was there an exit wound for that? Was there an exit for that wound?
No, there was an associated projectile.
And State's Exhibit 4, is that the projectile you just mentioned?
Yes.
And that was recovered from the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the injuries caused by that gunshot and the various entrance and exit wounds?
So the associated injuries were fractures of the cervical vertebra, which is your neck, the right triquetrum bone, excuse me, triquetrum bone, the fracture of the right lunate bone, which is in the wrist, and hemorrhage along the wound track. So it injures the cervical spinal cord in his neck.
And is that all the injuries and areas of the body that were affected by that first gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. And again, when I say first gunshot, you don't know what order they occurred in, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you observe injuries from a second gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. And where was the entrance wound for the second gunshot?
This one was labeled number 6, and it was over the left posterior torso or the left back.
And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 87?
We are looking at a picture of Mr. Turner's left upper back. We can see 2 gunshot wounds, one which I just described over the right side of the photo, and number 6, which is the one that I am currently describing.
And that is an entrance wound?
Yes.
And what was the path of the projectile?
This projectile went through the soft tissues of the back, through the left 6th rib, the lung, the left 2nd rib, the underlying musculature of the left upper chest, and the subcutaneous skin and tissues of the left chest.
And what was the direction of that projectile?
That projectile was back to front, left to right, and upward.
And was there an exit wound associated with that injury?
Yes.
Or a gunshot?
Yes. And that was over the left upper chest.
And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 91?
This is the corresponding gunshot wound with a number 2 associated with it. It is an exit wound. It is has small tears around the surrounding skin and can be easily reapproximated.
And what were the injuries associated with that gunshot?
The injuries associated with this gunshot wound include fractures of the left-sided ribs, injuries and perforation to the left lung, a left side hemothorax, which is a collection of blood in the chest.
And did you observe, or was there a third gunshot wound that was observed to Mr. Turner?
Yes, there's another gunshot entrance wound on the posterior right torso, labeled number 7.
And is that what you're describing in State's Exhibit 92?
Yes.
And is that an entrance wound, correct?
So again, this is a circular wound that is punched out with a thin layer of red abrasion collars surrounding the skin, and this is very characteristic of a gunshot entrance wound, yes.
And what was the path of that projectile?
The path of this projectile perforates the skin and soft tissues of the right posterior back, the right posterior ribs, the right lung, the sternum and the skin soft tissues of the chest.
And what was the direction of that projectile?
Back to front, right to left, but this one is without significant upward or downward deviation. So
Was there
horizontal.
Was there an exit wound associated with this gunshot?
Yes,
And where was the exit wound?
the center of the chest.
And what are we looking at, State's Exhibit 97?
We're looking at the center of the chest exit wound that's labeled in a circle with the number 3. It's a slit-like exit wound where the edges can be reapproximated, and this is what corresponds to the wound track.
And what were the injuries associated with that third gunshot?
The injuries associated with this include the fractures of the right-sided ribs, injury to the right lung, a right-sided hemothorax or collection of blood in the right side of the chest cavity.
And was there a fourth gunshot that was observed?
Yes.
Where was the entrance wound for that fourth gunshot?
This was over the lower left posterior torso and was labeled number 8.
And is that what we're looking at, State's Exhibit 98?
Yes, over the top left side of the image.
And again, you described that as an entrance wound, is that correct?
Yes, this is a circular punched out wound with a thin collar of marginal abrasion surrounding it.
And what was the path of that projectile?
This projectile goes through the skin soft tissues of the left, lower left posterior torso, strikes and perforates the spleen, the left-sided hemidiaphragm, the pericardium, which is this tough tissue that surrounds the heart, sternum, and then the subcutaneous soft tissues of the chest.
And what was the direction of that projectile?
This was back to front, left to right, and upwards.
And was there an exit associated with this gunshot wound?
No. Projectile was.
And what are we looking at there in State's Exhibit 101?
We are looking at a picture of a radiograph or chest x-ray, and you can see a round projectile which appears white or whiter than black, and looks like it's right above the heart.
And was that projectile recovered?
Yes.
And is that what we're looking at there for the record, State's Exhibit 103?
Yes.
And that fourth gunshot that you just described, what were the injuries associated with the fourth gunshot?
The injuries included a hemopericardium, which means that there was blood within the pericardial sac that surrounds the heart, a fracture of the sternum, and injuries to the spleen.
And Dr. Oleski, in your career, career as a medical examiner, you've had many occasions to observe gunshot wounds. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many times you've observed gunshot wounds in determining exit versus entrance wounds?
I'd say out of the 2,000 cases or autopsies I've performed, a solid 30% are gunshot-related cases. So yes, I'm very comfortable determining entrance versus exit.
Dr. Oleski, can you give us, are you able to determine after these gunshots were inflicted, how long would Mr. Turner remain alive, in your opinion?
Several minutes. The injury to the heart takes as long as it takes until your blood, there's so much blood around your heart that it can no longer effectively pump. So not more than a couple of minutes.
That gunshot wound by itself, which I believe was the fourth gunshot wound you described, in your opinion, would that have been a fatal wound in and of itself?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Would any of the other gunshot wounds, in your opinion, been fatal in and of themselves?
I believe all of the gunshot wounds are fatal within themselves if not given enough time, but the last one was certainly the quickest.
Excuse me. Was there any clothing that was recovered from the autopsy from Mr. Turner?
Yes.
And were there any defects that were observed to that clothing?
Yes.
And does those correspond to the wounds that you have just described?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 107?
We are looking at the back of the tank top that Mr. Turner was wearing, and we can see 4 circular defects over the left upper, the right upper, and mid to lower back of the shirt that are circular.
And Doctor, you can, oh, I'm sorry, Judge, you can blank the screen. Thank you, sir. Dr. Olusky, is it standard procedure to perform toxicology during autopsies?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not a toxicologist, is that fair to say?
I am not a toxicologist.
But you are aware of the results of any toxicology that is performed as it comes back to your office, is that?
Yes.
Okay. And you have the report in front of you, is that correct?
I do.
Okay. And so for Mr. Turner, was there anything that came back in Mr. Turner's blood?
Yes, he had one positive finding for amphetamine.
And what was the listed source of that amphetamine?
The source was chest cavity blood.
And do you know what is listed as the source of the amphetamine?
Oh, so you're asking where did that amphetamine come from?
Yes.
Okay. So no, I don't know if that's I don't know if that was obtained through a prescription or if this is the result of metabolizing out another drug, and that's what's all that's left is in his body.
Well, what is listed in the autopsy report as, the toxicology report there as the source of the amphetamine? Is there a prescription drug that is listed associated with it?
So amphetamine can be found in Adderall or Dexedrine.
Okay. And those are prescription drugs, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Olusky, based on everything that you have viewed and the examination of Mr. Turner and your experience, were you able to determine the cause of death for Mr. Collin Turner?
Yes.
What was the cause of death?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Okay. And what was the manner of Collin's death?
Homicide.
Well, thank you, Dr. Olusky.
Mr. Etheridge, cross-examination.
Morning, Dr. Leslie. How you doing?
Good morning. Good. How are you, sir?
Hey, good seeing you again. Dr. Timothy Gallagher did the original autopsy, right?
That's correct.
And unfortunately, he was in an automobile accident and he died unexpectedly.
Yes.
And that's why you had to come in. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, he did his autopsy back September 10th, 2021. When did you start your review of Dr. Gallagher's autopsy report. When did you actually do that?
I believe he died in, I want to say around September or October of 23.
Yes, ma'am.
And I was given a list of cases that were coming to trial, and I believe that I first started to review this case and all the other ones around the same time, November of 23.
So about 2 years, a little over 2 years from the time of the original autopsy.
Yeah, yes.
And you and the other medical examiners kind of divvied up the cases that Dr. Gallagher had done?
Yes, we divided and randomly assigned.
Okay. All right. And obviously you didn't perform the original autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you answered the prosecutor's question by saying there's no way you can tell the sequence of the gunshots, right?
That's correct.
And you can't tell this jury whether those gunshots were fired in self-defense or not, can you?
No.
And I believe you testified earlier that any one of these gunshots would have produced death. They were serious, correct?
Correct.
Now, and I believe you've also answered the prosecutor's question that the toxicology report revealed amphetamine in the decedent's system, right?
Yes.
Were you aware, did you become aware at some time that the decedent, before his death, had suffered a traumatic brain injury?
I believe you may have asked me that during a deposition about whether or not I could, whether or not I would have been able to assess that.
Yeah, and that was my next follow-up question. You wouldn't be able to determine, just based on Dr. Gallagher's notes and the toxicology notes and your photographs, whether you had organic brain trauma, could you?
No, that's correct.
And probably more likely than not, it would take a neuropathologist to figure that out.
Yes, from the get-go.
Okay. That's beyond your expertise, right?
Neuropathology is not my favorite.
Okay. Now, Dr. Gallagher's report and your review of that showed you that when they found the decedent, he was laying down face up, correct?
I can't recall looking at the scene photos, sorry.
Okay. But your opinion today that he was shot in the back, right?
Yes.
They found him. Okay. But you don't know, right now, you can't tell the jury, you don't know whether he was found laying on his back or laying on his stomach, can you?
No.
Okay. And nothing in your autopsy review would have shown that?
No.
You didn't see any crime scene photos or anything like that to see what position his body was in when they found him?
No.
Were you aware whether he'd been moved or not?
No.
And as I think you testified this as well today, you relied on Dr. Gallagher's report, toxicologist, and the photos, right?
The autopsy photos, the x-ray, and the chain of custody.
Thank you. Would you agree with me, and you tell me you're the expert, not me, but it would be preferable if you did the autopsy yourself. You had the ability to touch, to feel, to examine, to see up close and personal the decedent, rather than relying on photographs and reports from another doctor from a couple years ago?
It is definitely harder to testify on a case of which that I did not personally do.
And of course, due to the unfortunate accident to Dr. Gallagher, that was way beyond your control. Now, in examining the photographs, specifically of the decedent's arms, did you see any indication whatsoever, any bruising, lacerations, any injuries whatsoever other than that exit wound, I think, which came out of the wrist? Was there anything on there which showed his arms were broken or they were hurting in any way?
Other than the re-entrance to his right wrist, I do not recall of any other injuries on his arms.
Nothing to suggest his arms were being broken or anything like that, right?
Only thing that was broken was related to that
The
projectile.
wound coming out. Those are my questions. Thank you. Good seeing you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. Dr. Olusky, the position somebody is found in, whether face up or face down, is that determinative of where the entrance wounds in a body are?
No.
Okay. If somebody is shot in the back, could they be found face down?
Yes.
Could they be found face up?
Correct.
Could they be found on the side?
Yep.
Okay. It doesn't change the entrance wounds, correct?
No.
Okay. And in your review of everything that you looked at, in your examination of these photographs that we have looked at, is there any doubt in your mind whatsoever that the wounds in Mr. Turner's back are entrance wounds?
I have no doubt whatsoever.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
No objection by defense, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you.
Right. Mr. Alderman, if you want to go ahead and call your next witness.
I can. I don't know if you want to discuss scheduling at all. This next witness will be a little longer, so I don't know if anybody needed a break.
Does anybody need a break or anything from the jury? Is everybody good? Everybody good? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
State would call Detective David Rowell.
Sir, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, if you'll have a seat in the chair, pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can, speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you, okay? Mr. Alderman?
Thanks, sir. Sir, would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, David Rowell, Rowell,
Where are you employed?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Almost 10 years.
And what are your present duties with the Sheriff's Office?
I am a detective for the Major Crimes Unit.
And can you describe for the jury your basic duties as a detective?
So we investigate most violent crimes, homicides, sexual batteries, internet crimes against children. We get cases forwarded to us from patrol, and we assume investigation.
And approximately how many detectives are there in the Major Crimes Unit?
I think we're at 7 or 8 right now.
And when a homicide comes in, is somebody typically assigned as the lead investigator on that case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many other detectives typically work on the homicide cases that come in?
So most homicide cases that we work, it's usually a unit involvement. Usually everybody in the unit's working it.
Okay. And are you familiar with the investigation into the death of Mr. Collin Turner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was the lead investigator on that case?
That would be me, sir.
Now, on September 8th of 2021, did you go to the scene at all at Jenks Drive?
Initially, yes, sir. I received a phone call from my sergeant explaining to me what happened. So that evening, I went down to the scene. I was briefed by Major Bringmans of what they had so far at that point. At that time, Ms. Kuhn was in the backseat of a marked patrol vehicle. I had asked her if she would like to provide a statement at the Major Crimes Office, which is in Milton, which she stated she would.
And was she then transported to the office?
Yes, sir, by Deputy Loha.
Okay. And did you speak with her there at the Major Crimes Unit?
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Kelly both spoke with her.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
At the interview room at the Major Crimes Office. That's both audio and video recorded.
And so this is that same evening, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you reviewed a copy of the recording of that interview?
Yes, sir.
And was that a fair and accurate copy of your interview with Ms. Kuhn on that evening?
Yes, sir.
You know, this time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 109.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 109 will be admitted.
Detective Rowell, after your interview with Ms. Kuhn, did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, sir. I believe that was the next day.
Okay. And is that standard procedure?
Yes, sir. Yeah, whoever's most of the time, whoever lead detective is attends the autopsy. If for some reason we can't make it, another detective is designated to attend.
Okay. Were any cell phones taken into evidence in this case?
Yes, sir. I believe both Miss Kuhn's and and Collins.
And did you review any material on those phones?
I reviewed one cell phone video from Miss Kuhn's cell phone.
And do you know when that cell phone video was recorded?
So it was the day that the incident happened, 12, with UTC time, it was around 12:57 is when the cell phone video was created.
Okay. And you viewed that recording on Ms. Kuhn's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This time I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 113.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 113 will be admitted.
This time I'd move to publish 113.
Okay. Just tell me when you're ready for me to
Yes, sir.
open it up.
I'm ready, Judge.
JP? JP? JP, what's wrong, baby? Hey! Hey! Come here! Come here! What's wrong? What? What did Daddy do? It's okay. Hey! Hey! Hey, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, hey, got you. Come on. You want to watch?
And just brief, Detective, do you know when this, you said this was 12:57, do you know when this was in relation to the 911 calls that were received that day?
So I believe this was after the first time patrol went to the residence. It was after the first call, before the second call.
Mitchell? No. It's the Mitchells on the machine.
Mommy, why were you crying?
Hmm?
Why were you crying?
Sometimes people just get sad. Hey, JP. Come here. Can we make JP feel better? Can we snuggle him with kisses? Hey. I got you. I got you. Well, we fixed it, right?
I have a present for you.
What is that present? What is that? Is it a haircut?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I didn't like the mouth.
I know. Yeah. Mwah. recording? No? How about Sammy? How about JP Toast? No? How about fish? Did you know this is one of my favorite movies? Oh, here, hold on. Oh, Deborah and Eric. Come on, guys, let's find something to eat. What are you doing?
Looking for my wallet.
Is this what we're gonna do for the next week? Is just walk around recording each other and not talking?
It would be a good start if you tell me where my stuff is.
I don't have your stuff. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
This is actually really funny. I've never just had a bar before in this other. It's funny.
I'm glad you think it's funny.
You don't?
No. I think it's ridiculous. Should you do what? What did you do for dinner?
I didn't like the loud noise in the garage.
I know you didn't. That's okay. I don't know, buddy.
If you do know where my iPad is? Or my wallet?
You don't have the iPad.
I should have said that. A pencil on it. You don't know? Neither.
I know.
You do know? No, it's not over there.
Where did it go?
The wallet's in your truck. I took my two MXs out of it.
Where is it in my truck?
The driver's side? I don't know, you saw me. You were sitting in the passenger and I was in the driver. And I took the gold and the platinum American Express.
The black plastic thing? That's not my wallet that I'm concerned about. You also took my North Carolina registration and insurance, so I'm glad that you didn't get the order one.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Would it be looking at me?
Can we seriously stop this and talk? Like, this is not good for the kids. Did you hear me?
I did hear you. I tried to talk to you a bunch.
No, you didn't. I tried to call you and text you.
No, like last night and then this morning.
Can we
I tried to
stop
talk with
this and talk? Like, this
When-
is
okay.
nuts.
And I will listen.
No,
And depending on what you say,
this is
I may or
a
may
back
not
and forth
respond.
thing. Like, this is really what you want to do in front of the kids.
No, it's not. I don't
Okay,
want to
then
talk to you
what are
about
we
the kids.
doing?
I want you to leave the house, or I can take the
I
kids
want
to your
you
room.
to leave the house.
I don't want to be around you in front of the kids at all.
Okay, then leave.
I don't trust you with the kids.
I don't trust
This
you
is
with the
emotionally
kids.
unstable.
You're on disability for being emotionally unstable.
Or for joint pain.
Okay, that's it, huh? 100% for joint pain?
JP, you better walk back. You're still going to hear it.
Mr. Daddy.
Oh, you okay? Come on, bud.
Mama.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Rowell, did you leave the vicinity to speak with any witnesses? And when I say vicinity, I mean Florida.
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
I went up to Pennsylvania to speak with Miss Kuhn's brother.
Do you know approximately when that occurred?
Not off the top of my head. I believe within 2 weeks of the actual call,
And did anybody else go with you?
Detective Kelly did.
And you spoke with Mr. Kuhn, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that recorded?
Yes, sir.
Now, during your interview with Ms. Kuhn, were you aware of the 911 call before you started speaking with her?
Yes, sir.
I think you had previously said you had already been to the scene, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I got the 911 call when I got to the scene.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, did she speak with anybody else besides law enforcement?
Before law enforcement showed up,
During that interview, while she's there in the interview room?
she spoke with her father.
Okay. And how did that come about that she spoke with her dad?
She kept stating numerous times during the interview that she'd like to speak to her dad, and it got to a point to where we allowed that. So within the interview room, we called her dad, let her speak to her dad on speakerphone, and we had stepped out.
Okay. And from the interview, what was the temperature like in that little interview room there?
Well, that particular evening, just Miss Kuhn was cold, so for that incident, we tried to make her as comfortable as possible. So we did have a little space heater that we moved in there,
Okay.
and had that going for the first 15-ish minutes of the interview.
During the course of that interview, were you able to understand everything that Ms. Kuhn said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she can be soft-spoken, is it, during that interview, is that right?
Yes, sir. For the first 10 minutes of the interview, she was more soft-spoken. As the time rolled on, she got a little louder and maybe more comfortable. So.
Okay. And the microphones in that room, are there places that are better, where it's easier to pick up the sound than others in that room?
Yes, sir. Typically, where the table's positioned in the interview room, we usually like the person being interviewed to sit at the table. However, for this incident, she had sat in a corner. Typically, we don't do it like that, but at that point, we just wanted her as comfortable as possible.
Okay. So was she farther away from where the microphones were situated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this time I would move to publish State's Exhibit 109.
Okay.
I'm ready, Judge.
She's calling.
You're cold? Let me see if let me see what I can find.
Hey, if anything, I have a blanket in my trunk. You'd have to let me come back inside though.
Give me 1 second.
Don't ask me why, but I have a quilt in my trunk.
I have quilts everywhere too. Yeah, I think I got like a sweater or something else. Can I sit over there? Can I sit over there?
Oh, in one of those chairs? I mean, that's fine for now. I don't know where he's gonna have you guys sit when he comes back, but. What? I have a quilt in my car, but it's all the way downstairs.
Yeah, and I have one over across the hall, but that'll do.
It'll work. Here you go, honey. Something's better than nothing.
A little space here I can put in here to help, so it's not so cold.
Good on it?
That should help.
Oh yeah, it is blasting out some good heat. That'll work.
Can I call my dad? I've never even did that before.
Huh?
Can I call my dad?
Oh, that's gonna be up to the main guy. I'm pretty much just assisting them. I did add your father's information though, so that way they have it.
Because you want to hang outside,
She wanted, it looks more comfortable, so she wanted to sit over there a little
you want
bit.
to sit over there?
Can I call my dad?
In just a little while, okay?
I'll face the heat
Okay.
first this way. Or you want me to stand by?
You can just chill outside.
Let me know if you need anything.
Okay. You feel more comfortable over there, you said? Okay. Works for me. Yeah. All right, Miss Bree,
Just your moment.
would you like it over there by you? Okay. The only thing I'm gonna say one thing, and that is, I've talked to a lot of people tonight, okay, but I feel like your voice is the most important, and I want to give you the opportunity to kind of explain or maybe give us a little bit of insight exactly what happened tonight. That's kind of why it's important for you being here. But due to the day and age that we live in, I'm going to go and read you your rights, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against the court. You have the right to have a lawyer present while being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer will be appointed for you without cost before questioning. If you wish to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Okay. Do you understand your rights?
I'm under arrest, right?
You don't under arrest. You're just detained, which is different. Okay. But you're not under arrest. Okay. Talking to you down there, you said that you would talk to me, answer some questions. So just kind of walk me through today. I know we got called out there a couple times, so just walk me through Bree's eyes.
I called the first time. We were arguing, and Collin asked my husband was here. He was threatening to take the kids.
Okay.
He said that since I had tried to kill myself a couple months ago, that no judge in the world would give me custody of children. And he was packing.
Do you want to take your handcuffs off?
Yeah.
You want to come off? Okay, that's fine.
I didn't realize you actually had handcuffs on when she was reminding me of it.
Be a lot more comfortable for you again.
He was and stuff. Just saying he was gonna take the kids and
Today he was.
yeah.
Okay.
And I told him this is in like our bathroom, bedroom area, and he pushed me up against the doorway. But I was just trying to talk to him, and then when we were in the bathroom, he threw me on the ground and said nobody would believe me because I was a crazy bitch. And so I called the police. And they came. They couldn't do anything because I didn't have any marks on me, and there wasn't any witnesses. And he made a statement. He filled out something. And I got the kids' stuff out of his truck while he was doing that. And put it in my car because I was going to take him somewhere if need be. I got the garage door opener out of his truck, and I think when they left, he was like on the phone with my command. So I closed the garage doors and I locked the door and took the batteries out of the lock so that he couldn't come in and take the kids. I didn't want them. I didn't want them to see us fighting. Thank you. And then it was a couple hours later that my daughter, the kids were napping, and I was texting him and calling him because he was in the driveway. He wasn't leaving, but he was just in the driveway.
How long was he locked out of the house?
Maybe an hour.
Okay. Okay. So he wasn't leaving.
No. My kids, they're 4 and 3, and the 3-year-old, sometimes she wakes up from a nap, like really confused. Just like hysterical. Like you can't console her. And it's usually hit or miss on who can console her. Sometimes we end up just, they'll have her for a little bit and then give her to me, and she's still screaming. I end up handing her back and forth a couple times. But she was still crying. So I took her out front. And he was still there. So I asked her if she wanted to die. I gave her to him. And he wouldn't talk to me. I had texted him, just, saying like this is really like the path that we want to do. Like this is just crazy that we're fighting for the kids. I went out there to go get her. I could see it called the police this time. And he told them that I have mental health issues, that I'm being unreasonable, and he doesn't trust me to leave me alone with the kids. Which wasn't correct. He just wanted to take them because I told him that I wanted a divorce. So he was just trying to take the kids. I have an appointment tomorrow and on Friday. It's divorce lawyers. I just wanted to get divorced and not fight for the kids and not get thrown around. And then the police made me let him back in the house. was crying, and the kids were crying. Can I talk to my dad?
It just a lot. Not at the moment. So what happened after the law enforcement left the second time?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Which part?
After they left, when I know I called my mom. He was in the garage again, and I locked him out. I locked it for some reason. I think to talk to him.
You locked him out for some reason, and that was the
Oh,
talk?
I locked him out. He was in the garage. I locked him out.
Okay.
But he didn't. He was still in the garage. Let's open the door to talk to him. And he tried coming in, so I blocked the door, and he kicked my foot. And was trying to push to go to the door. And I was trying to keep him out. I don't. And then I shot him. But he was still coming towards me. I don't think I shut the door, and I went. To get my kids, and I took them out of the house, around back, to go to the neighbor's house, and I saw a kid riding his bike, and I stopped him, and I told him to call 911, and then I was banging on my neighbor's door, trying to get them to call 911. And I had to take the kids so I could go back and help him because I shot at him.
How many times did you shoot him, Bree? Not sure. So just to kind of...
I didn't mean to shoot him. It was at least twice I didn't mean to shoot him, but I did. And he said something, and just the look on his face. So I was like,
What was the look on his face?
he was gonna kill me. And that's why I shot him.
Okay. Where did you get the gun? And you said you came to the door. Did you already have the gun in your hands?
I think so.
You already had the gun in your hand when you came to the garage door?
I think.
You think so?
I don't know.
Okay. It seems like it all happened pretty quick. I can definitely see that it all happened just very quickly.
He's dead. There's.
So
I went to go help him. I couldn't get in the front door because I had taken out the batteries from earlier. And the garage door was closed, so I ran back around back. and opened the garage. And he was, I would have died. I was screaming. And I couldn't open the garage door to let like the neighbors in, and I did. I went over. I pulled it. I was able to open it. I was. I tried to. He was.
I believe that you tried to help him. Okay?
Was he dead? Is he dead? They would tell me he was dead.
Yes, ma'am, he passed away. I know that all happened pretty quick, okay? So you locked him in the garage. You came to the door.
I went to my dad, please.
Here in a little while, okay? We gotta get through this first. This is important.
No.
Where's the gun normally kept so we can go get it?
It was in... It's in the kitchen. I put it in the kitchen.
Where is it normally kept?
In my closet.
Your closet?
Yeah, we have 3 guns.
Do you guys share a closet, or is it your closet and his closet?
We share a closet.
Okay.
How is it normally kept? I mean, there's kids in the house, so I figured there was a way to keep it away.
Is the shotgun is the one that's out.
Is the handgun in a safe? Is it in its lockbox? Is it in its gun container?
No, it's just up high.
It's just up high?
Yeah.
Okay. So the kids can't get it, that's why it's up high? Okay. Why did you have the gun when you went to the garage door? Do you know?
I just wanted them to go. Why did they arrest him when I called the police? Why didn't they arrest him? I didn't want him dead.
I wasn't out there.
I told them.
Was he on the...
Where are my kids?
Where were your babies when this was
Where are my
happening?
babies now?
Where were they at?
They don't have a dad.
Where were they at?
Go to jail. They don't.
Hey, Bree, where were your babies at when this went down?
They were in my room.
They were in your room? Okay. Do they normally hang out in there, or did you tell them to go to your room?
I don't know.
You're not sure? Okay. You've got 2 small ones, and then you have a 12-year-old girl? Okay. Where was your 12-year-old at?
With them.
They were with them in your room?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he on the phone
Did
at
you
all?
guys call? Did you call my in-laws so they could come?
We'll take care of
We
it.
will take care of it. Okay, they're going to be safe.
Oh. They're good.
Was he doing anything when you opened up the garage door? Was he talking on the phone, or was he working on anything in the garage? What was he doing when you opened up the garage door?
Can I please? I just want to talk about Dad.
I know you do. I know.
I don't.
We'll get you a phone, but it is real important that we get everything out of you so we know how to make sense of everything, okay?
It doesn't make sense. My husband's dead. Why did they just arrest you?
Now, the best that you can remember. Okay, when you opened up the door, what was your husband doing?
There's just so much blood on it.
I know.
I've never seen anybody dead.
Where was he standing when you were in the garage?
No, it's just so.
Was he close to you, far away?
Help him. He should have just let me kill myself once again.
Why do you say that?
Because then he would be dead.
I'm sure he didn't want you to do anything to yourself. Right?
I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want Collin. I have to talk to my dad.
We'll get you a phone, but it is real important for us to understand your perception of what was going on with your husband.
Bree, you're the only one that could provide these details for us.
What did you do?
Okay.
It's not gonna bring him.
I know. Well, like I told you at the very beginning, okay, I think it's very important to give a voice. Okay, now's your chance to kind of tell us what happened from your point of view to kind of help explain the situation.
He doesn't have a voice. I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe he was okay.
Did he have anything in his hand when you had to shoot him?
I can't do this.
Well, I know it's very hard, okay, but you gotta be strong, if not for you, but for your babies. Okay, you gotta be strong. I know. Hey, but you gotta be strong. Bro, you're still a mother. Okay, you gotta be strong. Okay, you're the only one that can make light of this situation. You're the only one. Okay, if it was an accident, it was an accident. Okay, if things just got out of hand and it was a mistake, then that's what it is. But you gotta tell us something. Okay, if things just got out of hand and you made a mistake, you gotta tell us that. Okay, because we don't know what to believe otherwise. Okay, you're the only one that can provide us any sort of light. I don't think you're a bad person. Detective Kelly doesn't think you're a bad person. Nobody thinks that you're a bad person. Okay, sometimes we do things that we let things get out of hand. Okay, and we make mistakes. Okay, but it's not the mistakes that define us. Okay, it's how we move on from those mistakes. Bree, you gotta listen to me when I tell you that. Okay, it's not the mistakes that define how we move on from those mistakes.
Go to jail. I need to talk to my dad. I need to talk to my dad.
Let me just ask the one quick question. Okay, why did it happen? Bree, just tell us why it happened. That's...
Why did they just arrest him?
I don't know.
When? And then he called the cops again.
Why did it go down?
Phone cord record. Dial 9 and then you can dial it whatever long distance or whatever you have to do. Okay?
I'm gonna give you some privacy, okay?
Can you lock it?
Yes. What time is it in New York right now?
10.
10.
Didn't he just text me though?
4 5 8
Not sure.
6 6 4 4 5.
It's probably a number he doesn't understand, so let's just dial it one more time.
Hello?
Daddy.
Hey. Where are you?
I'm in an office. Daddy.
You're at the police?
Yeah.
You're at the police station?
Yeah.
All right. Whew.
I killed Collin.
I know you did, Sophie. I know you did. I just trying to figure out why. Threatening you, or? The kids okay?
No, they don't. Their dad is dead. And I belong in jail. I'm sure I'm going to jail. I think.
So are you in now, or you're being allowed, is this a phone call you're allowed?
Yeah, I said I could call you.
All right. Have you, obviously it's early, we haven't figured out what the course of action is, but are you gonna need a lawyer, or are you gonna plead? Well, anyway, I'll ask you this later.
What do you think?
I
don't know, Daddy. I don't know. I don't know.
get it. Well, you're not gonna know. I mean, this is a shock. Just,
we had such a good weekend. He's my best friend.
hold on, speak clearly. No, I'm not here to,
I know.
all right, you have to what?
We had such a good weekend. He's
That's what I heard.
my best friend.
Parents said you guys had a great weekend, but for some reason, Collin started this thing last night with you. I mean, you obviously didn't put his computer in the washer. We're clear on that, right? Hmm?
He's dead.
He did, right?
He's dead.
Oh, yes, he is. I'm sorry about that. I'm very sorry. And Hardy's got Kylie. You knew that, of course.
Yes.
All right. And JP and Laney are with Child Protective Services, I guess?
I don't know.
You don't know?
They wouldn't tell me anything.
All right, we'll find out tomorrow. We'll start calling. Are you with the Sheriff's Department?
There was a deputy here.
Okay, because I've been trying to figure out, all the police numbers, they go straight to voicemail unless you call 911.
I think it's
We haven't been able-
an attorney, district maybe, the district attorney, state.
Oh,
It's the guy in a suit. He asked if I would come to his office and talk to him, and so the cop brought me here.
oh, so you're waiting to talk to somebody in their office?
I talked to them.
Oh, you did? Okay. What did you tell them? Can I ask?
I don't know. I thought I killed him.
Well,
I
yes,
tried to. I tried to help him.
You tried to help him?
I got the kids out of the house, and I went back and I tried to help him, and there was just blood everywhere.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Where are, all right, I'll be able to find out the answers to these things tomorrow. we got to figure out, do you want us to come down there? Is there anything we can do? I know it's a little early to start figuring this stuff out because you're still in shock. I guess you were talking to Eric when this happened.
Is he okay?
He is. He's shook up, though, as you can imagine, as we all are. Not as much as you are, but everybody's just trying to sort it out, so. Just, obviously you don't want to think about it, but you've already spoken to the district attorney, and what was just a question about what happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it a short conversation, or did you waive your right to an attorney?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I think I need one, though.
Well, you may or you may not, but yeah, typically people do in these cases. So it's been too early for any type of any of this stuff discussed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
How did the district attorney conversation end?
I wanted to call you.
He let me call you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, are you going to continue talking to him, or that's the end of the discussion?
Not tonight.
You will talk tonight?
Not tonight, no.
Not tonight. Tomorrow, did you mention, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if Don and Teray know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Keep crying, huh? Yeah. I mean, I've got to believe there was a reason it happened. Typically don't go around shooting people without a reason. Was he threatening you, or were you in the middle of an argument? Eric seemed to think he sounded like Collin was mocking you at the time. But I don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know either.
I need to go back to the hospital.
Are they taking you to the hospital?
I don't know.
All right, well, why do you need to go back to the hospital? Are you thinking of hurting yourself, or?
I don't know.
All right. I don't know either. And this isn't so, I really don't know what I'm going to be able to do. We just tried to heard this. We couldn't believe it, of course, and then it became obvious that it was true. I'm sure there was a reason. Are you in an office right now by yourself, or are you with someone there?
I'm by myself.
Can I, before we're done, when you're about to hang up,
Yeah.
did you see if the district attorney can talk to me, or has he already said he can't, or he's already left?
I'm in the room by myself.
Okay.
I can ask him. I'll knock on the door.
Well, we're done, Lucky. Is there more to talk, you have to talk about? I'm here to listen, huh?
I don't know, Daddy.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't, sweetie. Well, I don't have the answer for this one. This is a big deal.
I killed my best friend.
You did.
My husband, father of my kids. I just fucked up everybody. I killed him and fucked up everybody else's life.
We're just checking on you.
My dad I wanted to know if you could talk to him.
Oh, okay.
Daddy, the guy's here.
All right. Okay, I'll talk to you later. All right, I love you. I'll talk to you tomorrow if we don't.
Well, she'll be present. You're on. She'll be present.
Dad.
All right, hon. All right, well, I'm just trying to sort this out. I don't quite know where to go from there. So it sounds like you'll be seeing the jail staff later tonight. If you feel, I'm not trying to plan any suggestions, but if you feel like you're going to hurt yourself, you better point it out to somebody, all right?
Yes.
There's light at the end of this tunnel. It's difficult to see at this point. But we got to get through these first few hours so the shock can start to wear off and before you do anything rash, okay?
Yeah.
You're hearing me, right?
Yes.
All right.
What about
Life is what?
Lainey and JP?
That I don't know yet. Obviously, they've been taken into some sort of protective services. So we'll have to start researching that tomorrow.
Can you guys take care of them?
Permanently?
Until I can have them back? For now? Just so they're not in a foster home? Until something else gets figured out?
Well, we're going to be involved in figuring out the process, I guarantee that. We have to talk to Teray and Don. God, I don't even know if they know yet. Don't know.
Okay.
All right, my answer was absent, as you noticed. I did not say I was going to do that. And I don't mean to upset you more with that, but
I understand.
I'm not ready to make... What's that? No, you don't understand, but, damn it. I'm really pissed right now, Bree. I'm very mad at you. I know you're going through a terrible thing, but Jesus. This is so uncharacteristic. Why did you grab a gun? Was he going to hurt you?
I don't know.
What's that?
I don't know.
Are you on any meds right now?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have them with you?
No.
Well, that's something that needs to be addressed. Could you bring that up to the sheriff, respectfully, of course?
Yes.
Or the jail staff, if you have to wait that long?
I will.
All right. My mind is racing, hon. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I'm not familiar with this situation, as you are not. All right, well, later tonight, if you get another chance, you're going to have to give up your phone at some point.
I don't have my phone.
Oh, that's right. Okay, you're on this. I said, I'm trying to think. Okay. They're good. Later, or tomorrow morning, after the investigation has reached a certain point, they're going to charge you with something. You know that, obviously.
Yeah.
And whether they decide you need a secure medical facility or a jail, some sort of holding cell, a jail, is going to be, it sounded like the sheriff said, depending on what you tell the jail staff.
Okay.
When you're being admitted, you're going to have to tell them something one way or the other. All right, well, when they offer you a public defender, agree. Take the public defender, a lawyer, until we can at least figure out a better way of going, okay?
Okay.
This way we have a point of contact, so you have a representative, someone we can call and get questions answered.
Okay.
All right. Honey, I know you're in shock right now. I know this is awful. I wish there was something I could tell you to make you feel better. I don't know what it is. We got your back. We love you. In the morning, we're going to start trying to get you more answers. But the public defender could do that as far as finding out where the kids are and stuff like that. I'm sure they're safe. I don't have them here, obviously.
Yeah.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Your brother's okay. I told you he's shaking. He was, he called me. He was in a panic. Yeah, somebody else is calling right now. I don't know who it is. But, so yes, Eric's okay.
Okay.
I guess you were texting in the car, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said, I sent you a text too, but it must have been too late.
Okay. Thanks, Dad.
Well, you're welcome. Just stay calm. And, easy to say, right? I'm so sorry, huh? What?
That is nothing. I don't know if it's worse that he's dead or that I killed him.
All right. Well, let's focus on the things that Kylie's okay. She's with Hardy. And the kids are okay, and we will start seeing what we can do as far as, getting them in a better situation, all right?
Okay.
All right, I will talk to you tomorrow morning.
Love you.
As far as I know, I love you too. Bye.
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 Thank you, Judge. Detective Rowell, toward the end of that conversation where we hear Ms. Kuhn speaking with her dad, she makes several references that she has spoken to the district attorney, the guy in the suit. She is referring to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you work for the sheriff's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. She did not speak with anybody from the district attorney's office, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, during that interview of nearly 53 minutes, at any time did Ms. Kuhn relate to you that Collin had ever raped her?
No, sir.
Did Ms. Kuhn ever relate to you anything that Collin was threatening the children's safety, or was threatening to kill the children?
No, sir.
Did she ever mention anything about Collin's gun in his truck?
No, sir.
And I know the space heater was on there towards the beginning. The first thing she mentioned to you was he was going to take my kids, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then her version was he kicked her, he's coming at her, and she shot him.
Her first version, yes, sir.
Okay. And he was going to kill her.
He had a look, yes, sir. He had a look on his face that was inferred to her that he was going to kill her.
And you and Detective Kelly asked her repeatedly towards the end about what he was doing, where was he?
Jack, the best evidence is the video we just watched, not his interpretation of what was on the video. Best evidence is what we just watched.
Overrule the objection for now. Go ahead, Mr. Alderman.
towards the end of that interaction with Ms. Kuhn, you and Detective Kelly asked her repeatedly about what Collin was doing, where was he? You specifically asked, did he have anything in his hands? What was he doing? Did you ever receive an answer to any of those questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Detective Rowell. Those are my questions.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Madam. Good morning, sir. No bullets, no bullet fragments, no shell casings, nothing was ever sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing, was there, Detective?
No, sir.
Bree told you where the firearm was located, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
And you knew the deputies had been out there at least twice before the shooting happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
But law enforcement didn't do anything. They didn't make any arrests, did they?
No, sir.
And Bree asked you twice during the video, at least twice, why didn't they arrest him? Why didn't they arrest him? You didn't have an answer at the time, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you know at the time, or do you know now, that she told the deputies not once but twice that she'd been raped and not a dang thing was done?
Post that incident, yes, I was told about that, but also that she wouldn't fill out a statement or anything of that nature. The initial call was for battery only. When they explained to her that no arrest would be made on a battery, then she decided to bring forth the sexual battery allegations.
But they didn't do a rape assault kit on her, and they didn't investigate, they didn't question Mr. Turner about this rape, did they?
No,
They did
sir.
absolutely nothing about her allegations about the rape, did they?
No, sir.
And at one point, Bree, she allowed him back into the residence, didn't she?
Yes, sir, at one point.
Okay. Now, you knew that Bree had a prior mental health Baker Act proceeding before this happened, right?
At that time of the interview, no, sir.
Okay. And during the interview, there's talk of divorce, threats of the decedent taking the kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was one of her worries, that he was going to take the children, right?
Yes, sir.
And then she told you that she locked him out, and he tried to come in.
That was what she
according to
initially.
the video, right?
Yes, sir. That's what she initially stated.
Now, were you privy, or did you know that Collin, Mr. Turner, in his call to law enforcement said that she was trying to break his arm during his call?
Yes, sir. I did know that.
You reviewed that, and you knew that before you interviewed her, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I listened to the phone call prior to the interview.
Okay. Now, we just heard from the medical examiner, there wasn't any broken arms or anything looking like anybody tried to
Your Honor,
break
I'm
his
going
arm.
to object as to form, as to referencing another witness's testimony.
Sustain as to the form.
Okay, you attended the autopsy, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay. You saw Dr. Gallagher examine the body, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I did.
You didn't see any evidence of broken arms or bruising or lacerations or anything to that man's arms, did you?
No, sir.
So he was lying, wasn't he, about that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object for argument.
Sustained.
And she told you that he kicked her. She blocked him from coming in the house, and he kicked her foot, right?
That was what she initially stated. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't know, I don't know, jury don't know, because none of us were there. Only she was there, right?
Correct.
And unfortunately, Mr. Turner can't tell us, kid.
Correct.
When did you found out about the mental health issues that Bree was suffering from?
It was either later that night or the next couple of days through the investigation.
But unfortunately, you didn't know that information before you started talking to her that night, did you?
Correct. I did not know the information when I was talking to her that night.
Did you participate in the interview with her brother? Did you go to Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. Myself and Detective Kelly.
Okay, thank you. He indicated to you that he was talking to her at or around the same time that this incident happened, didn't he?
That is what he said, yes, sir.
And it looked like from during the interview that you were able to find out that Bree kept her gun in the closet away from the children, didn't you?
Correct, yes, sir.
Did you know where Collin kept his guns?
No, sir.
And she told you should have just let me kill myself, didn't she?
That is what she said, yes, sir. Because then her best friend would
At
still be
least
alive.
twice during the interview, she asked you why didn't they arrest him when I called the police.
Correct, yes, sir.
I believe she also mentioned during the interview that she tried to help him, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Y'all didn't make the decision to charge a first-degree premeditated murder. That was a grand jury.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
I'd ask that be stricken from the record.
And the jury's to disregard that question, and the question is stricken.
Were you able to ascertain how many guns that Mr. Turner had?
No, sir.
Thank you. Those were the questions.
Redirect?
Yes, sir, just briefly. Detective Rowell, Mr. Etheridge asked you about the gun potentially being sent off for FGLE, for ballistics testing, things of that nature. Why was that not done in this case?
It was not relevant to the case.
Okay. And can ballistics match certain projectiles to certain firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any question as to which firearm was used in this case?
No, sir.
Mr. Etheridge asked you about the phone call with Collin, and he mentions she tried to break my arm, and he asked you several other questions. Did Collin mention that he had bruises on his arm?
No, sir. Not on the phone call.
Did he say he had lacerations on his arm?
No, sir. Not on the phone call.
Did he say his arm was broken?
That it was broken? No, sir. He just said she tried.
Did he say he had any physical injuries of any kind?
No, sir.
And obviously he was never able to further describe what happened, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Etheridge asked you, you did not know Collin's gun was in the truck, correct?
No, sir.
And you didn't know how many guns Collin had?
Correct.
That's because she never told you, did she?
No, sir.
She never brought it up?
No, sir.
Not once?
Not once.
As to the incident itself, Mr. Etheridge asked you only Collin and Bree were present, is that correct?
Correct.
But we have a recording of what happened, don't we?
We do, yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can this witness be excused, or does he need to remain?
Judge, he doesn't need to remain in the courtroom, or I'm sorry, in the building, but I've asked him to remain on standby for rebuttal.
Okay. All right, sir, you may step down and just remain on standby.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Alderman.
State rest, Judge.
Okay, if the attorneys will approach. Okay, members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch recess. Now's a good time to do that. My understanding is lunch will be here probably in about 5 to 10 minutes for you. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave your notepads and pens underneath your chairs, and we're going to resume the trial around 12:30. So we'll have about a little over an hour break for lunch. So with that, if you'll go with court security, and they'll take you back to the jury room.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, we will resume at 12:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Remain standing for the judge. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I asked her to come this afternoon.
talk to Dr. Hopper. I'll get it.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. I was trying to connect to the internet, and it just does not want to do it for some reason. I've tried
The public Wi-Fi is going to be fine. You're right.
I've tried the public Wi-Fi. I've tried the staff internet. Nothing wants to. I even restarted my computer, and it's.
Yeah, whenever you get back to your office, ask your IT people about why it's not lined up.
But it says it's.
Going at all.
It says it's connected. But I'm not. Usually, it then sends me an alert to my phone to sign in through the VPN.
Yeah.
So.
But as far as screen share or anything like that, you don't need to do that.
Probably not this afternoon, because it's just defense witnesses. So.
If you do.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Your Honor, may we approach Randy Ethel on behalf of Eric Kuhn. Bree Kuhn, may we approach, please?
Okay. Yeah, he'll come over to the witness stand.
Yep, come this way, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell me the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, have a seat in the chair. All right, the defense wanted to inquire of this witness about something that occurred in the hallway. Is that correct?
Randy Ethers, Your Honor, up here on behalf of Bree Kuhn. Has he been sworn in, Your Honor?
Yes, that's where I'm in.
Would you state your full name for the record, please, sir?
Eric Kuhn.
And Mr. Kuhn, were you called here today to testify via trial subpoena that was issued by our offices?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where were you at earlier today before you were called in to testify?
I've been right outside in the chair, sir.
Okay. You were aware of the rule of sequestration that you're not to speak to anybody else about your proposed testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tell the court what you saw, what you observed while you were out there waiting for your turn to testify.
Two of the detectives that I had met previously were out there just talking, and then another police officer in a full uniform came out and he started talking about the trial and that the defense was nonsense and that he had been a soldier and PTSD is serving overseas, not here, and things like that.
Were you in earshot? Could you hear and understand most or any of what they were saying?
He was right next to me.
Okay. Were they talking directly about their testimony or the testimony that was to be presented here in court today?
I would presume so. I didn't hear their testimony, but he came out and was discussing being in here and that the defense was nonsense.
Okay. Was one of the persons that you heard talking, was that Detective Roll, the fellow that came up to Pennsylvania to speak to you?
He was being talked to by the officer in uniform, yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Alderman?
So, Mr. Kuhn, this uniformed officer, was he discussing things that had happened inside the courtroom?
Yes, he said that, I guess things he heard, he said they were nonsense.
Okay, you just heard him say they were nonsense? The defense is nonsense?
Yes.
Okay. Is that it?
He was discussing time served in the military that he had, I believed, and he said something about seeing a skull cracked open from enemy fire is PTSD, that what the plaintiff suffered wasn't.
Okay, so this uniformed officer was giving his opinion about the case. Is that correct? In terms of,
yes.
And he thought the defense was nonsense.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one follow-up. Just to make the record clear, Mr. Kuhn, uniform officer, the other detectives, were they talking about things that they were going to testify to about today?
The uniform officer discussed what he was in here testifying to, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, wait. That's not what you said initially.
Okay, make
So
sure
what
we're
he said-
clear for the court.
That's
Okay,
not my understanding was this uniformed officer went to Detective Rowell, who was not uniformed. He's in a suit. And it was this uniformed officer that was talking to him, correct?
He was talking to two of the detectives, and it seemed, I believe the young lady was a medical examiner. They were all out there. She had a black purse, gray pearls.
Okay. Oh.
I was sitting right out there.
The most important question, Mr. Kuhn, is whether they were talking about what they were going to testify about today.
My understanding from their conversation was he had already testified, and then he came out speaking.
So there was nothing said about proposed testimony. They're talking about this. The defense attorneys are going to ask this, or you need to watch out for this. Anything like that at all?
No, sir.
Okay. And they didn't discuss, well, you need to say this, you need to say that. Was there anything like that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kuhn.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alderman, any other questions?
No, sir.
All right. Sir, you may step down and go back outside, and when it's your turn to testify in the front of the jury, we will come and get you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
He will be next, Judge.
Okay.
I know you like him to come in. That's
Okay. Well, at this time, I don't believe the rule of sequestration has been violated. First of all, I don't know who this uniformed officer is. and it's evident he was talking, he said the detectives, both, I know Detective Rowell was in plain clothes. I believe Detective Kelly was too.
Yes, sir. I believe I saw him out there this morning. He was in plain clothes.
He was in plain clothes. This witness did not describe anything that the investigator said. There was no comments about what they said. They didn't say anything. His testimony was that this other uniformed person talked to them about the defense being nonsense and then about military service. So this witness's testimony does not indicate that the detectives were talking about what happened in the courtroom. We're not sharing what they had testified to. And I guess, Mr. Alderman, was there any uniformed officers that you had here today?
And that was going to be wanted the record to reflect, Judge, that he seemed a little unclear, or maybe I was unclear, but no uniformed officers testified today. I mean, there may be uniformed officers out there, obviously the present here in the courthouse, but there was no witness in uniform that left the courtroom and would have discussed their testimony. Obviously, the only witnesses were Detective Rowell and the medical examiner.
May I inquire now whether Jamison Lynn or Stephen Quick, who are scheduled as potential rebuttal witnesses, were here today?
I have not seen them, and I told them to be on standby for tomorrow.
Very good.
So.
Okay. So all the uniformed officers that we've heard from would not have been here today, but were on standby for tomorrow. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I don't know who this uniformed officer is. I don't even know if they were even a witness in the case.
My take from what he was saying was that it sounded like a deputy not involved in the case was giving his opinion as to the validity of the defense.
Okay.
Now I'm happy to remind the witnesses of the rule of sequestration and abundance of caution. I'm happy to do that.
Sure. But let me just say for the record, there's no evidence that Detective Rowell or Detective Kelly violated that rule.
No, sir. I'll just tell them, that sometimes people mishear things or hear what they want to hear. So I'll have a word with them.
If you'll step out and maybe, I don't know, Mr. Esther, Mr. Barnes, if you want to step out and remind your witnesses as well, just to make doubly sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to give you my back while you were talking.
No, I understand, Mr. Barnes.
I don't have any witnesses or either past or future witnesses here in the courthouse, Judge.
Okay.
They've all left.
I'm going to step off the bench just for about 3 minutes and then wait for Mr. Barnes to come in. So I'll be back in just about 3 minutes. We'll wait for Mr. Barnes to return.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for rising for the judge.
now we've lost Mr. Barnes isn't back and Mr. Alderman's not here. So. And everybody be seated.
Judge, Dr. McDonald just arrived, and I was discussing her sort of scheduling that I don't know if we'll get to her this afternoon or if it will be in the morning. But I did mention to her about the conversation we had about the defendant testifying and experts remaining in the courtroom. So if that takes place, then I will probably have Dr. McDonald sit in the courtroom so she can listen to.
Okay. Any objection to that, Mr. Etheridge?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Just to make sure, Mr. Barnes, Dr. McDonald is here. The state's requesting that she sit in as your expert witness is for your client's testimony if she chooses to testify. Any objection to that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I just have a quick word with counsel. Defense calls Eric.
Okay. Well, we're going to wait till the jury comes in first.
I was just warming up.
All right. Let's bring the jury in.
I feel like we're missing something.
I had a trial with Judge Nobles.
Let me re-swear him in.
All rise for the jury, please.
Okay, everybody can be seated. All right, members of the jury, the state's rested its case. I'll turn it over to the defense. Mr. Barnes, if you'll call your first witness.
Eric Kuhn, Your Honor.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, sir, have a seat in the chair. Pull the chair as close to the microphone as you can. Speak loud enough into the microphone so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barnes, you may proceed.
Thank you. Would you state your name?
Eric Drum Joshua Kuhn.
And thanks for being here. We've asked you to come to this trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you flew down, I think, last night?
Yes, sir.
You live in?
Pennsylvania.
There you go. And how do you know Bree?
She's my younger sister.
And how old are you?
I'm 38.
Just briefly, did you guys like grow up together or separate, or talk about that dynamic a little bit?
We grew up together until I was in 9th grade, and then my sister moved to live with my dad.
Okay. Was there ever a time that you two became reunited in terms of living in the same place after that?
No.
Was there a point in time you moved to Texas with your sister?
We moved to Texas. She moved from Texas to New York with my dad. We lived in Pennsylvania together.
Yes, sir.
Moved to Texas together with our mom, and then she went from Texas to New York with my dad.
Was there any, and again briefly, was there any physical abuse at all in the family?
Yes, our mom was very abusive our entire childhood, even into adulthood.
Was she ever physically abusive to Bree?
Yes.
Okay.
Terribly.
And to yourself?
Oh, yes.
What role, if any, did Bree play in being the big sister? With regard to your...
Well, she was the little sister, but
Sorry.
I would always go along to get along. I figured if I kept my mouth shut, it wouldn't last nearly as long. My sister would even try to defend me and yell at my mom saying, "Why are you hitting him?" And then she would get hit very bad as well for trying to protect me.
Was Bree a protector of yours, for lack of a better word, in that dynamic?
Yes, she's a little sister only by age.
Yes, sir. Now, obviously, you guys grow up and people live in different places and so forth. Did you stay in touch?
Yes.
Phone calls?
Phone calls, text messages, social media, but we would even visit. Sometimes I was at her graduation from boot camp in Chicago. I went and visited her while she was in advanced individual training in San Antonio. She's lived several places with the Navy. I have visited a couple of them to see her.
When is the last time that you saw Bree, other than right now, obviously?
We had gone on a trip to the bungalows in Key Largo in Florida about 1 to 2 years before this incident occurred.
And who was on that trip?
It was me, Bree, and Collin.
Is there any reason you were... Well, did they invite you?
Yes, I was given a couple of reasons. One is Collin was in school, so he was studying quite a bit. So they thought that if he was studying, I could hang out with my sister so she wasn't alone. If she wanted to rest or recoup, I could hang out with him if he wasn't studying. And then they also, both of them at separate times and together, told me that they were having marital issues and they thought a third person might help what they were working on together.
Yes, sir. Did you notice any physical abuse on that trip, at least obviously in front of you?
No, not that I saw, sir.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Collin that you didn't know on that trip?
Yes, sir.
What did you learn?
It was in my deposition, but I know he told me that the reason him and Bree got along very well is that they were both psychopaths and narcissists. He seemed to think that was entertaining, I believe. I know we would talk about, I would go to the gym at that place, and he would talk to me about like steroids and supplements and things like that, which I didn't.
Your Honor, I'm going to object for relevance.
Sustained.
Fair enough. We can move along.
Yes, sir.
So you go back to, at that time, still in Pennsylvania, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay. and Bree goes back wherever she is, and you guys continue to have conversations?
Here and there, yes, sir.
Okay. Did Bree ever tell you anything about her marriage or about Collin that would be noteworthy? How they were getting along, any problems, anything like that?
Yes, sir. It seemed like that trip didn't help much. They were still having really bad issues, and I came to learn how far they went later on as well.
And did your sister, if you could tell, was she depressed about that, upset about that? I mean, I'm sure she wasn't happy about it.
No, she was highly depressed, sir. In fact, I do know she tried to kill herself. I was with her on the phone, and I had even called Collin to tell him this is what she's doing. She's in the house, and he couldn't care less. I actually had to call the medics to tell them to go to the house for her, pump her stomach.
Let me back you up a bit, but then we can talk about that a little bit more. Now, I guess as the big brother, even though she's the de facto or de jure big sister, if you will, did you ever give her any advice in terms of what she should do when she's telling you this stuff about the marriage and she's depressed? I mean, did you ever tell her to, like, just leave?
Yes.
And did she?
No, she was quite scared, not for herself, but for her kids.
Is that what she reported to you, or you just assumed that?
No, she told me that.
Okay. Now, again, we're not going to spend a bunch of time on it because you just talked about it. But you were on the phone with your sister when she was about to commit suicide or trying to commit suicide?
Yes, sir.
What did you learn on the phone about that in terms of how she was trying to do it, or why, or anything else about it?
There were multiple reasons as to the why. The how was she told me she had taken all of her prescription medications and a lot of alcohol together and then went into a closet. And the why was she was unhappy in the marriage. She wanted to leave, but she was petrified that she wouldn't be able to get custody of the kids. My understanding from my conversations with her was Collin had a family with access to wealth, that he could have hired lawyers and things like that, where she didn't have the same access, so she didn't know what her odds were of getting the children.
And when this, is happening, and you're on the phone with her, she's telling you she just did this. What did you do in response to any emergent reaction?
I called Collin. He was in the home with her.
And did he know what was going on?
Yes.
In terms of the Bree's suicidal attempt in real time?
Mm-hmm.
That's a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And what did he say about it? What was he doing about it?
Absolutely nothing.
I mean, did you say, dude, you got to call EMS? I mean, my sister's, did you react that way, or?
I didn't say my sister. I said your wife. I thought reminding him might help.
And did you disengage the phone call, and it was your opinion that he wasn't going to do anything?
It was my opinion he was going to let her die.
Okay. Did he flat out say, no, I'm not calling EMS?
Yes.
And you get off the phone with him, who calls EMS? If you know?
Me.
Okay. Now, the day of the shooting, did Bree call you that day?
Multiple times, sir.
And what was the general nature of those calls, if you can tell us?
I would say anxiety and fear. She had had a surgery scheduled for many months, and I guess they were having she told me they were having a dispute that day that if she went to have the surgery, he was going to kidnap the children and she would never see them again. So she was asking me if I could come down, not to be with her, but to be with the kids while she had the surgery so that he couldn't take them away from her. Then she would call again and say that they were discussing it and he would watch them and wouldn't take them. And then it seemed like they'd been having an argument all day about this, and he was going back and forth on what would happen.
Were the calls mixed in with, hey, how's the weather? I saw a good movie last night, or were they all in relation to what was going on between them and the
No,
kids?
this was a very important issue. There was no, common conversation in between. It was her medical well-being. The surgery wasn't for appearance or anything. It was for her health and then the well-being of her children.
And at any point that day, did you intentionally talk to Collin?
No, sir.
Did your sister tell you he's not going to take? Did you find out he was going to take care of her at all when she has the surgery and her recovery? Or in other words, did he care about that at all? Did you know anything about that?
No. The end result prior to the shooting was if she had the surgery for her health, he was going to take the kids, go to his parents' house, and she would never see them again.
Yes, sir. Now, the final call, you actually, and we're going to work up towards it, but the call, you actually heard the shots, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what was the length of that call.
It was several minutes, sir. It was quite some time we were on the phone.
Was it like 45 minutes?
I would say so, sir.
And what are you hearing during that time?
In my sister's voice, utter fear. And then I heard a lot of discourse, Collin screaming, things being hit. At one point, he was on the phone with the police, I believe, trying to tell them that my sister was doing something, and she was on the phone with me.
Did you ever hear Collin make any threats or raise his voice or anything of that nature?
I did hear his voice raised a few times, yes, and I did hear at some point children crying.
And there was were you aware of a point in time when Bree got a gun? Were you aware of that?
I don't believe that. Yeah, I believe she grabbed the gun, and I said, just get out of the house, and she said they kill the kid. She couldn't.
And was there a point in time where you heard, like, did she say, he's hurting me, or he kicked me, or?
Oh, yes, I heard slamming. She did say that. She was even telling him, why are you doing this? And then she screamed that, ow, and at another point, the phone fell to the ground, and I heard a scuffle.
Did you hear your sister say, you're not taking the fucking kids?
She said, you're not taking them, and she said, you're not killing them.
Okay. And then she gets the gun, correct?
I would believe so, yes, sir.
I'm going to object for speculation.
Restate your question.
Are you aware, like what you heard earlier, you said that you knew she went and got a gun, right? Mm-hmm. And then I brought you to the kicking and the struggles and so forth in the aisle and hitting the floor and all that. Was that before or after you realized she got a gun?
Before.
All those struggles were before?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, so now she's got the gun, and you're...
Again, I'm going to object for speculation.
city.
approach.
Yes, sir.
I need to do a better job of like a timeline a little bit here.
Yes, sir.
First, how were you aware that your sister got a gun? Did she tell you?
I believe she did. I believe she said that's how she was going to protect the kids.
And
at that point, I was begging her to just get out of the house, but she kept saying, the kids, the kids, the kids.
now again, this is a 45-minute call. We get to a point where you hear indicators of a struggle in the ow and the throwing around and so forth. How long after that do you believe your sister got the gun? And if you know.
Immediately. She was thrown to the ground, and he was grabbing the kids because I heard the kids yelling.
I'm going to object to speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And then we end up, what happens next? What do you hear next?
The shots.
Prior to the shots going off, did you hear your sister say anything?
She kept saying that he was not going to kill the kids. And the kids were crying.
And obviously you're not there. You hear the shots. Did you say anything after that?
I was crying and yelling, oh my God. And she told me, I killed him, I have to call the cops. And hung up. I tried calling her back, there was no answer. Then I called my father.
One second here. That'd have been fun. No further questions.
Charlie Gray School to help you there.
Mr. Alderman, cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can this, you do have cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Kuhn.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I want to touch on this trip that you and your sister took to Key Largo, was it?
With Collin.
Yes, and you're there for approximately a week, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you never, as you said, you never saw any physical abuse during that time, did you?
No, sir.
Did you suspect any physical abuse?
No, sir.
You never suspected anything other than the marital issues? You never suspected any kind of physical abuse, domestic abuse, rape, anything, did you?
No, sir.
And you thought Collin was a nice guy, didn't you?
I had some qualms after he told me that he believed himself to be a psychopath, but that was it. I thought it made...
Do you remember previously? Well, let's talk about that, the psychopath. He makes the comment, we're both psychopaths, and then he and Bree both laugh, don't they?
At the time they were together, he made it other times as well, alone.
Okay, and they both laughed when he said it when they were together?
Oh, when they were together, yes.
So they both laughed and agreed they're both psychopaths?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that comment, that's the worst thing you saw and heard during that time together? I mean, is that
Worse,
the...
no, my sister confided in me about what the issues were at home, but none of them involved the other things you mentioned.
Right, they were marital issues, right? It comes to chores.
Yes, sir.
And she had told you she was stressed about that she was working and was financially responsible, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those kind of marital issues.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And up until the day Collin was murdered, you never had any reason to suspect anything untoward in terms of a physical nature, did you?
No, sir.
Now, you mentioned about talking to your sister several times that day, correct? And that there was issues about the surgery, and I believe you had said that Collin had made a comment about kidnapping the kids.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he going to kidnap the kids, or was he refusing to watch the kids, according to Bree?
I don't know that the phrase kidnap was used. It was that he was going to take the kids to his parents if she had the surgery.
Okay. So he wasn't refusing to watch them?
He was saying he would take them and she would never see them again.
Okay. Do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Excuse me?
Do you remember being interviewed by the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on September 24th?
I wouldn't know the date, sir, but I remember they flew up to Pennsylvania.
And was that a close in time to the time of the murder?
I want to say it was within a week, sir.
Okay. And you they interviewed you about what had happened, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You want to approach the witness?
You may.
Yeah, objection is improper impeachment. He had asked him a question. He had approached him, asked him a question. It's improper.
That's got to be Mr. Barnes.
I whispered it.
All right. Mr. Alderman?
The question was about whether Collin was watching the kids, or kidnapping the kids, or refusing to watch the kids was the question.
Okay. You may continue.
Mr. Kuhn, and I'm on page 5. I want you to read this to yourself. Lines 15 through 21.
I'm sorry, Mark, is that the interview or the depot?
Page 5. And just look up at me when you're done.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory as to what Bree was telling you about the kids?
What I said was accurate. She said he was going to take them.
Judge, I am going to object. Refreshing memory is one thing. The way you do that is to say, well, A, the witness has to say, I don't remember. B, you say, if I showed you something, would you remember? Or would it aid you to remember? Witness has to say yes. I mean, so, yes, objection.
All right. Overruled. You may continue, Mr. Alderman.
So, Mr. Kuhn, you previously said that he was refusing to take the kids, or to watch the kids, correct?
In here? Yes.
Yes, sir. That's what you told the police, correct?
Yes.
That he was refusing to watch the kids.
He was also threatening to take them.
He was doing both?
All I knew is he was threatening to take them.
Okay, and refusing to watch them.
Refusing. He was... I don't understand if he takes them, how's he not? I mean, maybe his parents would
I don't
watch them.
understand either. That's why I'm asking.
This interview was highly inappropriate to my belief because I was not told about it. I was in the gym at 6 a.m. and a police officer told me, I'm here waiting to meet you. I was never given any call, confirmation, anything. I had no idea what was going on. He just called me and told me he landed in Avoca from Florida with no knowledge or anything. I couldn't even get in touch with my sister's attorneys. I don't know if she had attorneys at that time. I had no idea what was going on other than 2 police officers with no phone calls told me they were in my city and had to meet me, and I didn't even know if that was appropriate or what was going on. I was at a complete loss.
Okay, so you think you should get advance notice before being interviewed about a murder case?
I don't.
Overruled.
I'm a professional with a small business. My time belongs to my clients and my family. I would like to know. Yes, I book appointments.
Okay. Now let's get back on track. The detectives show up, they interview, and according to your statement there, you tell them he's refusing to watch the kids, correct? That's what you told the detectives.
Yes.
Now you're also saying he wanted to kidnap the kids.
My testimony is that he was kidnapping the kids. Like I said, I was not in a good state of mind when those detectives showed up. I was everywhere and nowhere. Unprofessionalism was quite shocking to me.
Okay, so is there a reason you told them that Bree was telling you he's refusing to watch the children?
I have no idea because on the phone call she said that he was kidnapping them, very specifically.
Okay, so why did you tell the detectives that he was refusing to watch them?
I just said a few times I was completely shell-shocked. I don't know if you've ever been bombarded with surprise, but I don't know where my head was at when these detectives came.
Okay, and the issue was about you coming down to watch the kids, is that right?
She wanted me to watch the kids, be there when she had the surgery so that he could not take them.
Okay. And did she use the word kidnap, or is that your word?
When I gave my deposition, I said kidnap.
I'm not asking about the deposition. I'm asking kidnap.
I know. I'm trying to give you context. I don't know. At that time, I said kidnap, but I don't believe a parent can technically kidnap their own kids. At that point, when I was interviewed, I said the wrong word, I believe.
If you listen to my question, the question was, kidnap her word or your word?
Mine. She said take.
She said take. Okay, you saying kidnap. Okay. You understand a parent can't kidnap their own children, correct?
I just said that.
Okay.
Yes.
So why did you use the word kidnap before?
I don't know. I just said that. After reflection, I think that was the wrong word.
Okay. Now, you think this call is about 45 minutes long, is that right?
The final call, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you told Mr. Barnes that, and I want to clarify, did you hear Collin on the phone with the police?
In the background, I heard him speaking, and Bree said he's on the phone with the cops.
Okay, and when was that during this 45-minute phone call?
Maybe 30, 35 minutes into it.
Okay. And can you hear anything Collin is saying?
No, sir.
Okay. You just hear what Bree's telling you?
I heard his voice, but like on a speakerphone, you can hear a voice without it being clear what the words are. So I heard his voice, but I did not hear what he was saying.
Okay. Now, I believe you used several words, scuffle, altercation, ruckus. What exactly did you hear in terms of a physical altercation? Can you describe it?
I can do my best. I mean, I heard things banging. I heard my nieces and nephews crying and yelling. I heard my sister saying she was being hit. I heard Collin yelling, and I heard, I wouldn't know how to describe it, things hitting the ground or things being hit, like bumped or something, like slams.
Okay. So things are being hit, and she's telling you Collin is hitting her. Is that correct?
At one point, yes, sir.
Okay. You don't know what's going on. Obviously, you can't see what's going on, can you?
No, sir. I was on speakerphone.
Okay. And this, did Bree ever mention a gun to you?
I believe right at the end she said she was getting a gun to protect the kids, and I said, just leave. And I said he wouldn't hurt them. She said he would kill them, and that is when the call ended, when she shot him.
Now, during that interview with the police, did you ever tell the police that you knew about Bree getting a gun?
Yes.
You did?
Yes, I saw this before, and this isn't my whole interview. The police were there far longer than they record it.
Okay, so are you saying the police interviewed you before they started recording you?
They were having a conversation with me. I don't know if you would consider it an interview, but yes.
And asking you questions about what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then they turned the camera on and did a recorded interview, correct?
Yes, they were at my shop, I would say at least half an hour before they started recording.
Okay. And after they started recording, they told you, tell us about all the phone calls, didn't they?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. And you had Mr. Barnes on the phone as well, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And he told you to tell them everything that occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, did you tell the police about Bree getting a gun?
I couldn't tell you, sir. I mean, like I said, since I had already talked to them, I didn't know what... I told them once. I don't know if I told them a second time, but they did know.
You're claiming they knew that?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And they're telling you, tell us everything, and Mr. Barnes is telling you, walk us through the whole thing. That would be one of the things you would want to mention, right, about your sister getting a gun?
I guess, I mean, it was all redundant, but I guess I would believe so, yes.
Now, you remember giving a deposition back on June 17th, don't you?
Yes, sir.
This year?
Yes, sir.
You appeared via Zoom?
That's what this is, I believe. Yes. Oh.
During that deposition,
Objection, improper, again, it's, I can approach.
Why don't,
let's approach.
okay. Haven't been a question yet, but
Mr. Kuhn, during the deposition you gave on June 17th, did you state at that time that you knew Bree had a gun?
I don't remember, sir. That was 3 years ago.
The deposition I'm speaking about on June 17th of this year.
Oh, of this year. I'm not sure because I know I said it, but I also know that it was done via Zoom and it kept being broken up.
Okay, so you think you said it during one of the glitches?
Yes. I said it. I don't know whether or not it's in here.
Okay, so if you said it, it's on one of the glitches that wasn't recorded. Is that what
If
you're
it
saying?
wasn't recorded, I can't help that, but I did say it.
Okay.
And I would have come down. I don't know why it had to be done Zoom, but.
Okay, so if you just answer my questions. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Now, this physical altercation that you hear, how long is that before the gunshots?
The physical part, I mean, the altercation was an argument that turned physical, and I would say it was physical for maybe 5 or 6 minutes. Maybe.
They were having a physical fight for 5 or 6 minutes?
Maybe. That's, like I said, there was yelling, kids screaming. I heard this hit, I heard yelling, then a slam. I wasn't there. This is just what I heard.
Okay. And so all this, for 5 minutes, you're hearing hitting. Is that what you're describing?
I'm hearing everything. I'm hearing kids screaming. I'm hearing things being hit. I don't know if, a phone hit a wall, a vase. I have no clue what it was. Yelling, kids yelling, Collin yelling, Bree crying and yelling. And I don't know how to describe sounds, sir, but something of disarray was happening in there.
What did Bree tell you he was doing during this time? She's giving you commentary on what Collin's doing. Is that right?
At different points, she told me that he was hitting her, then she was yelling at him, telling him that he was hurting the kids. She told me he was trying to load them in the car, but he said he was hurting her. I believe he had my niece's arm. She said that he was trying to drag her, and she was telling him to leave her alone.
Okay. Now, when you were interviewed by the police, did you tell them any of this?
Yes.
You did? Okay. You want to approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Kuhn, do you remember at what point you told the police that Collin was dragging his daughter?
Dragging, no. She said that he had her by the arm and said to let her go.
Okay, so when did you tell the police that during your interview with them? Do you remember?
I couldn't tell you. Like I said, this isn't the whole conversation I had with them. They were there much longer than this. I couldn't tell you what time it was.
Okay. So after they ask you to tell them everything that happened, and Mr. Barnes tells you to walk through the whole thing, did you describe to the police what you're now describing to this jury?
I guess it's a shame I'm not one for redundancy. I know they knew it because I did tell them whether or not it was when they filmed or not. If it's not in here, it wasn't when I was filmed.
Okay. Well, when Mr. Barnes tell you walk them through the entire thing, what do you think that means?
I think it was 3 days after the worst episode I've ever had in my entire life, and I still don't know how it has affected me.
Okay. Well, that wasn't my question. My question was, what do you think that means when somebody tells you, walk us through the entire thing? What does that mean to you?
It says, tell them everything I remember at that given point in the state of mind that I'm in.
Okay. And you didn't make any mention about Bree telling you about him having the child by the arm, did you?
Apparently not while I was being filmed, but I do know I said it.
Okay, so you said everything before they were filming.
Not everything. I'm telling you, I had a long conversation with them. They walked through my building. They looked at my store. They were asking me about brands I sold. None of that's in here either.
Now, I think you previously said that Collin had made some statement about killing the kids. Is that right? Did you hear him make some kind of statement like that?
Collin saying he would? No.
There was something about killing kids. What did you hear? Tell us what you heard.
She thought he would kill the kids. She was afraid of that. Bree.
And did she tell you that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you again. Did you ever tell the police that when you were interviewed? That Bree was telling you that Collin was going to kill her children. Did you tell the police that?
I said that I know she was in fear for her kid's life, yes.
Sir, do you want to, do you remember what point you said that?
No, sir. Like, this was 3 years ago. It was quite some time, and like I said, they were there for...
Well, let me ask you, is it difficult to remember the interview you gave 3 years ago?
Not the interview, the specifics of questions asked and answered on and off camera.
Okay. The specifics can be difficult 3 years later, can't they?
I just don't know when they turned the camera on.
Okay, so you think you may have told them before about telling them that
We
Bree
had
was
a
going to
long
kill the kids?
conversation. I'm not sure the exact time, sir.
Okay. But again, you didn't say it after Mr. Barnes told you, walk us through the whole thing. You didn't tell them that, did you?
If it's not in here, no, sir.
Did you hear any specific words at any point from Collin during this phone call?
No.
Okay. But Bree's telling you things that he's doing and saying, is that right?
Yes, she's telling me I'm on speakerphone. I can hear his voice at different parts, but it's not clear. I can't hear anything he's saying.
Okay. What about around the time of the gunshots? Did you ever hear him say anything?
No, I don't believe so, sir.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I heard 3, sir.
And you didn't hear Collin say anything around that time, did you? Around the time of the gunshots?
No, sir.
You didn't hear his voice around the time of the gunshots?
No, sir.
So it sounds like you hear a physical altercation, and she's telling you that Collin's hitting her, right? And kicking her. And then a short time later, then you hear gunshots, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's immediately after the physical altercation, is that right?
What's the need? I mean, it was within, I would say, 1 to 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Now, you remember giving a deposition on the June 17th? No, that's not what you're looking at, sir.
Oh, okay.
I'm asking you the deposition you gave on June 17th. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm on page 23. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, why don't you read this to yourself, lines 13 through 17.
Yes, sir.
Just read them to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory about how soon after the physical altercation you heard the gunshots?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said it was right after the gunshots, right?
Right after, yes, not immediately.
Okay. What do you define as right after?
Well, you said immediately. I think immediately is within seconds. Right after could be within a couple of minutes, sir. I'm sorry, I'm an English major, right? It's just specifics, I'm sorry.
So your definition of right after is a couple of minutes?
1 to 2.
Okay. But that's not what you described previously, correct? It's physical altercation, gunshots.
Well, and he's not taking my kids, her making a statement, so that's...
Right, and this is all part of one sequence, right?
Yes, sir.
There's no break in between, is there?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Kuhn, if you're hearing hitting noises on the phone, would you agree that somebody hitting another person sounds exactly the same as somebody hitting themselves?
Oh, probably.
Okay. So on the phone, it can be very hard to tell what's going on, can it?
Sure.
And if you hear hitting noises and somebody's claiming, "Ow, that hurts," you can't see what's going on, can you?
No, sir.
Did your sister during this phone call, did she ever talk about being suicidal?
No, sir, not during that phone call.
Okay. So she made no talk of committing suicide or anything like that, did she? At any point?
No, sir.
Okay. And what does your sister call you? Do you have a nickname or anything?
Oh, Bubba.
Okay. And is your phone number 5709?
Gunner, we'll object to this time.
Y'all approach.
You know, my first witness?
You may.
Mr. Kuhn, I'm going to show you an item in a call log. I don't want you to announce the number, but I just want you to verify if you recognize this phone number for me.
Okay, sir.
Under the contact bubber, I don't know if you can see that from where you are.
Can I stand up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know it's small, right? That phone number?
That's my number, sir.
That's your number? Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
All right, redirect? Yes, sir. Sir, in your deposition, just a few lines up from this right after business, you said, she had said, he just threw me to the floor. He's not taking my kids, and gunshots.
Yes,
So
sir.
the connector word there was and, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the few lines down, as we just learned, the connector is, and then right after that, you heard gunshots. Was the question from the prosecutor? So the right after isn't, that's not your words. I mean, I can show you if you
I
know
see
what
it, sir.
Okay. So that's the question from not this prosecutor, but a different prosecutor, and you say yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. To the extent all that matters, you're listening. I mean, you're not watching this.
No,
okay?
sir.
You're listening and you're perceiving.
Yes, sir.
Right? And the next thing you perceived were the gunshots.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the difference between the kidnapping and taking, and you were called down here for the kids, correct?
Yes,
It
sir.
had to do with the kids.
That's all she ever cared about.
Right. And you're called down even though their father is here. The father's not working, but you're called to take care of the kids, right?
Yes, she was afraid he was going to take them.
And then, the day you're called down here, you go through your sister's calls, and however long the final one was, and you hear these gunshots. Your sister gets arrested. It's a few days later. These people show up unannounced.
You know, I'm object for leading at this point.
I'll sustain.
I was wondering-
Let's hear the question.
A, were you in like the best state of mind at that point?
No, sir. Not at all.
And when the investigators were there, did they ask you specific question followed by question followed by question? Or was it just walk us, from me, just walk us through it?
You mean when they filmed it?
No, sir. When the investigators are there in Pennsylvania, was it more of just kind of a narrative deal and they're in, they're out, versus a deposition, or even today, which is question and break down your answer and question? It was just kind of a walk us through it, right?
Both times, before they filmed and after they started filming.
We're talking about when the police were there, correct? You're not on Zoom, of course.
No. When the detectives
Okay. All
showed
right.
up, they
Just make
came
sure
to
we're
my
talking about the
store.
same thing. Now, the idea about, were you asked anything specifically about your knowledge of the gun by these detectives? Did they get into the gun, do you remember?
I don't remember, sir, no.
Did you assume that these detectives knew that a gun was involved?
Yes, sir.
You didn't think that your sister shot him with a water pistol or?
Yeah, I'm going to object for leading again at this point.
Sustained.
Did you think the gun was all that important? I know it sounds strange in this kind of a case, but did you assume that the police knew about the gun?
I don't know how they couldn't have.
Now, earlier, just to clear up, you talked about that it was, you were asked, how long was it physical, and you said 5 minutes. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony that you perceived that it was physical for 5 minutes, or it was physical intermittent in the yelling and the sounds you're hearing, that you're perceiving physical going on? You understand my question?
Yes, and I don't know if it was my phrasing. Physical could be someone throwing something or something falling or breaking, so it wasn't just 5 minutes of unadulterated one human being hit. It was 5 minutes of items like bangs and pops and things like that, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Can this witness step down and be excused?
He wasn't under subpoena, but yes, sir, he can.
Okay. All right, sir, you may step down. You're now excused.
Thank you, sir. Do they stay here?
Mr. Alderman, do you need to get the...
Yes, sorry,
Okay.
Well, then as far as him being excused, Judge, it is important, so that because he can stay in the courtroom then.
Is any objection to that, Mr. Alderman?
No.
Okay. All right, y'all approach, please. All right, members of the jury, we need to take a short recess. It'll probably be, for y'all, probably about a 20-minute recess. And please leave your notepads and pens underneath your chairs. And do not discuss the case among yourselves, and we'll have you back in here momentarily, okay?
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, and for us in the courtroom, we'll do a 15-minute recess, and so we'll be back in here, let's just say about 2:10. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I would like to stand for the judge, please. Thank you.
Be seated. So I need to wait for the attorneys. Okay. Okay. Well, then I will step off and then just let me know when they get here. I'll just be in the back hallway. Okay. Okay, everybody can be seated. What? Okay.
Here he is, Jim. He was just talking about that.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge, for the time.
All right. So who's going to be the defense next witness?
Bree Kuhn?
Okay. So, Ms. Kuhn, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm to tell me the truth, whole truth, nothing but the true self you got? All right, Ms. Kuhn, my understanding is you are going to take the witness stand. Is that correct? All right. Have you had sufficient time to talk to your attorneys about this decision? Have they explained to you the pros and cons about testifying? Have they explained to you the pros and cons about not testifying? Have they answered all your questions about this decision? Do you have any more questions for them about this decision? Have you had any drugs or alcohol in the last 24 hours?
No.
Okay. And you understand what you're going to be doing is that you will be able to go on the witness stand. You will have to, you will answer questions from your attorney, but the state will also have the right to cross-examine you. Do you understand that? Okay. Do you understand if you didn't testify, I would give the jury an instruction that lets them know they cannot hold that against you? Do you understand that? That I would give them an instruction that the fact that a defendant chose not to testify should not be viewed as any admission of guilt. Yes. And just to be more specific, if you did not take the witness stand, you would be entitled to this jury instruction. The jury instruction is this. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in a case. So if you chose not to testify, you would be entitled to that instruction. Do you understand that? Sure. Mr. Barnes, Mr. Harris, would y'all like to go back into the witness room, the interview room, or?
Simple question. But no for this second, but if you could give.
Sure.
Another minute. No testimony from Ms. Kuhn, Judge. It is going to necessitate me to have a few words with my expert. If you want to run through that colloquy, I don't necessarily need to be here. I'm trying to save time. Because if you run through the colloquy and then I say Dr. Harper, I need to have a word with Dr. Harper in light of where we are. It's not going to be more than 5 minutes.
Okay. Y'all approach. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to be in recess for an additional 20 minutes. And if court security can let the jury know that that they won't be, they're still handling some matters here. And then I will step off, give you that case, and then y'all can review that, and then I'll come back in, and then perhaps we'll be ready to go through the colloquy at that time.
Yes.
Okay? All right.
Thank you. Please rise for the judge. Thank you.
Okay, everybody can be seated. Okay.
I think you're going to hear that she's not going to testify.
Okay.
I'm going to ask if we can adjourn for the day.
Okay.
I'm going to do more research and more thought. You may already have an answer on that. And if you do, then if you want to make a ruling now, or that's fine.
Okay.
We'd come back tomorrow. Obviously, either way. Is Dr. Harper going to be coming with? Right now, I don't know. Maybe you do if a client doesn't testify. She understands that risk to the extent it's a risk.
Okay. So I reviewed the case law while we were out. And again, as I stated before at the bench, I'd reviewed some case law even before the trial started, believing these issues may arise. So right now in the state of Florida, we have a split among the District Court of Appeals on whether or not PTSD testimony is admissible to establish self-defense. In the Mizell case, which is the first DCA, the first DCA said it could be admissible. We have the Oquendo case, which is from the second DCA, says it's not admissible. There was another DCA maybe 2 weeks ago, and I can't remember if it was the fourth or the sixth DCA, agreed with Oquendo. And I don't know if that opinion is technically final. I saw that. So I think this has been within the last 2 weeks. But here is what I also take out of the Mizell case in the first DCA, is that what happened in that case is the state wanted to preclude PTSD testimony. And what the trial judge did in that case is said, no, as long as these parameters are met, it could be admissible. The state appealed, and what the DCA said was that it could be admissible, and the DCA had no issues with the parameters that the trial judge gave. One of the parameters was that the trial judge said in order to present PTSD, the defendant had to testify, because it's got to be the defendant that lays that predicate. Otherwise, you could have an expert witness be a conduit to inadmissible hearsay.
I don't know if you're inviting argument right now or you're giving me an advisory, which I absolutely appreciate. I would say this, though, either way, Dr. Harper would come in tomorrow and I would proffer, in all likelihood, if you would allow that. No, I'm grateful for your,
What I'm saying is if based on Oquendo, I don't think the PTSD comes in, okay? Now, I understand the first DCA said otherwise. I think I personally agree with Oquendo and the rationale. But even if it could come in under the first DCA case, it appears that a defendant has to testify before an expert can come in and render such opinions.
I understand that logic with regard to hearsay. However, if the doctor bases that opinion on, for instance, the video interrogation. This lady obviously has PTSD, and let me tell you why. It's far-fetched, I'll grant. But if she gives an opinion without using hearsay, then
Well, but then we run into the issue of what is the state going to be able to do for rebuttal? I mean, can the state's expert render such an opinion to say perhaps she's not? You know, she's not suffering from PTSD. And then we have the issue of, with battered spouse syndrome, notice has to be given, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, which was, as you know.
Yeah, no, and it was in this case. But there's been no notice of PTSD in this case.
I can comment on that if
Sure.
So, you know, one of the issues I had, and we kind of went back and forth several times, was that I never got anything in writing from Dr. Harper in terms of a report of her, you know, findings, what she looked at, conclusions. And so, you know, we did a deposition, which I think it was 2 days. You know, I tried to cover as much possible ground as, and at the end, I asked her conclusions, and I'm looking through the deposition again, and in her conclusions, you know, she never told me that she had diagnosed it with PTSD, because obviously I didn't specifically ask that because we were there for battered spouse syndrome. So I don't know if that's something Dr. Harper would then get on the stand and testify, but that has never come up before, and that, like I said, that was never a part of the, you know, I don't know if it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition total. The state has, you know, as I sit here now, 3 days into the trial, I have no knowledge that she's been diagnosed with PTSD.
And I don't know if I'm going to call Harper. There's a likelihood that I'm not anyway. I think we're going to do the same things here in a minute, and come in tomorrow and game on. I'll let you know if I'm planning to call her. And to the extent you care, I can let you know. But
well, because it also means if she were to testify, she would be getting into statements that the defendant made to her without the state being able to cross-examine. I mean, so, I mean, basically she's going to be testifying to what would be otherwise inadmissible hearsay in some respects. Now, some of the stuff we've already seen and it's already come into evidence, but that's also a concern that, again, it becomes a backdoor way to get into evidence from the defendant without the ability to cross-examine, because the state's not going to be able to cross-examine the truth of what Ms. Kuhn told the expert. So,
are you ruling?
I'm ruling right now, unless you come in tomorrow with some really, really good solid case law. I'm saying that if she doesn't testify, I don't believe I can have the expert opinion, any expert opinion, an expert testimony come in.
I appreciate the advisory ruling because I think it could be important for my client's decision. However, I haven't even called her or asked her anything at this stage, so I'm not being disrespectful to you, and I appreciate.
I'm just trying to interpret the case law.
I get it. And I appreciate it. So let's do our thing. And
okay.
You said what you said, and I know where I am and what I have to do.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Kuhn, I previously placed you under oath. You're still under oath, okay? All right. And I just want to have a clear record of everything. First of all, do you understand that the decision to testify or not to testify is your decision? It's not a decision your attorneys make for you. It is your decision. Do you understand that? Okay. Do you understand that if you want to, you can go on the witness stand and testify and answer questions from your attorneys and then be cross-examined by the state. Do you understand that? Do you also understand you have the right not to testify and that I would give the jury the instruction that's required if a defendant does not testify? Do you understand that? Do you understand if you did testify, there's an instruction that says the defendant in this case has become a witness, you should apply the same rules to consideration of her testimony that you apply to the testimony of the other witnesses. So what I'm saying is there's an instruction I have to give the jury if you do testify. There's an instruction I have to give to the jury if you do not testify. Do you understand that? Have you had sufficient time to talk to your attorneys about this decision? Have your attorneys explained to you the pros and cons about not testifying?
Yes.
Have they explained to you the pros and cons about testifying?
Yes.
Have they now answered all your questions about this decision?
Yes, sir.
Is anybody forcing you not to testify?
No.
Anybody made any threats to you to get to you not to testify?
No.
I'm sorry. Some of these questions seem strange, but they're questions I have to go through.
Yes, sir.
Is it your decision not to testify in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Has anybody promised you a certain outcome if you did or did not testify?
No.
And you understand this is your decision not to testify?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you want to do?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any questions from Mr. Barnes or Mr. Etheridge on this that I've not covered?
None, Your Honor. How about me, Your Honor?
All right. I'm going to find her decision not to testify has been done freely, voluntarily, and she understands that decision. And so she will not be taking the stand. So that leaves us where we go from today. And I think as we previously discussed, all the attorneys believe now would be an appropriate time to recess for the day. Mr. Alderman?
Yes, I mean, my only concern is, depending on how the defense proceeds or the court's rulings, is, the time frame. So, because as planned, I knew both doctors were going to take a long time, which is why we had the schedule that we do. So that would be my concern, if we were to pick up Dr. Harper in the morning. I don't know where that leaves us in terms of time frame.
Can I have a moment?
You may.
Okay. I mean, I would rather that, and then I'll pick up with the rebuttal in the morning, and then we can do probably closings or.
Let me just tell you. Judge, I think what we'd like to do is rest in front of the jury today
Okay.
and come back tomorrow at that point.
All right.
We do rebuttal and obviously closing.
Okay. Okay.
I think, yeah,
That's what you want to do today.
yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And then-
Mr. Alderman asked me, and I think it's a fair question. I didn't want to rest for obvious reasons, but I don't think Dr. Harper would testify anyway. And
Okay.
as an officer of the court,
And so, for the court's information in terms of rebuttal, it would probably be 3 witnesses, because there is obviously, as we talked about, an argument for self-defense.
Right, and I need to make that part of the record. The state has agreed that based on the evidence that has been presented thus far in the trial, that she would be entitled to the self-defense instruction. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
Alderman?
correct, sir, yes.
Okay, that she would be, as a matter of law, entitled to that self-defense instruction.
Yes, and based on, again, there was a defense witness with allegations of self-defense, so on rebuttal, the state would get into statements by the victim. So at this point, it would probably be 3 witnesses, Mr. Joyner, Deputy Quick, and Deputy Rowell, or Detective Rowell. I think all 3 would be fairly quick.
Okay, and so we would plan to do closings then tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. You'll rest. Then I'll send the jury home for the day, and we'll talk briefly about some other matters after the jury leaves.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right.
And are you going to want to have them to come in at 8:30, or what would be the plan for tomorrow?
8:30.
Okay.
Yeah, my understanding is we are not planning to close the courthouse in Santa Rosa tomorrow. Right now, as we speak right now, the plan is for the courthouse to remain open, given the current track of the hurricane. I understand Walton is closing.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I think Okaloosa is.
My understanding is they're closing at noon.
Yes, sir.
Is it supposed to be worse later in the day or earlier in the day, do you know?
10 o'clock is landfall.
10 o'clock in the morning of tomorrow night? Okay. So the only thing I've heard about Santa Rosa County is apparently the school district is canceling after-school activities in the evening. But, I mean, right now, the track seems to be going on a more easterly path so that it would not affect us. But as we know historically, that can change, and if it does, then y'all may be getting phone calls or something like that to,
Yes, sir.
or just watch the local news or something like that. But right now, we are not planning on closing the courthouse in Santa Rosa, and they're not planning on closing it in Escambia, as far as I know. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, everybody can have a seat. All right, members of the jury, I apologize for a little bit longer delay than we were expecting. Mr. Barnes?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, the defense has rested. Here's what's going to happen is we are now done for today. Y'all will come back tomorrow and we will resume the trial. And what I'm going to ask you to do, again, is not discuss the case among yourselves. Please do not go on the internet, any social media websites, anything like that to do any research about this case or do any investigation about the case. Please not discuss the case again with anyone, including your closest friends or family members. And do not look at any kind of local media or anything like that. And again, this case should be decided on everything that occurs in the courtroom. So please heed to those instructions. And with that, I'm going to ask you to be back here at 8:30, and we will see you then. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, everybody can have a seat. What I did want to discuss was the jury instructions.
Say, since we have some extra time, we could handle that issue now.
Are y'all prepared to look at how we want to word the self-defense instruction, or at least get a working draft of it?
And I took out things that were obviously not applicable, such as force towards law enforcement, things like that. But most of the rest of it I left in an abundance of caution. So there's probably quite a bit that can be taken out.
Okay. And I take it the defense is wanting all the lesser includeds, second degree and manslaughter.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge, as I think we talked about.
And I can put it on your computer, if it's still up, I can put it up on the big screen so everybody can see it.
Sure. As long as nobody's going to judge me for my typing skills. So.
Okay.
We talked about the other day.
It looks like, well, I guess you're not connected now.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Mitch asked me, and I said I wasn't presenting anything.
Okay, so, all right, well, then we'll just do it the old-fashioned way.
I did send a copy to Tressie.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Or I thought I did. Pretty sure Friday I sent a copy to Tressie of jury instructions and verdict form.
Okay. Oh, Mitch is here.
Do you want to?
Can you hook that back up real quick?
Work your magic. I think I'm. No. I can connect to 2B. Am I connected there? It says no internet.
Disconnect it one more time. It did it this morning, too. I did it one more time.
My computer's just been really unhappy all day today. I don't know why. No, I was telling the truth earlier when I said I shouldn't be presenting. You thought you had an after.
All right, are y'all ready?
Yeah, try it,
sir.
Judge. And do, start here, top left, top right, sorry. And then, for you, let's do Control K, go back to real fast. Hang on real fast, Judge. Hang on. Oh, we may got it. There it goes.
Okay. All right.
And as normal, I leave in all the italics so I can also take all of those out.
Okay. All right. Any objections to 7.1?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
I will take out the statute numbers. I don't think the jury needs those.
Okay. So go back to 7.1. Do we need, where it says, an object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon?
No, sir. I think firearm is definitely qualifies.
Any objection to taking that out?
I'll take out the give if applicable.
Okay. Then we have our first-degree murder instruction.
I'll take out the italics at the top.
Okay.
Take out the word definitions.
Okay, any objection to 7.2?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then we'll go to 3.4. We'll have the lesser crimes be second-degree murder and manslaughter.
I'm sorry, was there any objection to 3.4 or?
Any objection to 3.4?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So that gets us to 7.4, murder in the second degree.
I'll take out the italics at the top and the word definitions.
Is there any objection to 7.4?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And we have 7.7 for manslaughter.
No objection. Of course, I assume all the italics are coming out.
Yeah. On 7.7, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And now, 3.3, those are for the interrogatories.
Yes, sir. 3.3A is the 7750871 weapon enhancement that would apply towards both second-degree murder and manslaughter. And I'll take out the word definitions and the statute. I don't think we need the parentheses about the antique firearm.
Yes. We can take that out.
And the way I do the instructions with both 3.3A and 3.3D is I just have the language track the language of the indictment. So that's what it says, personally carried, displayed, or used a firearm.
Okay.
Which I believe is what the indictment.
Will that have that language on the verdict form?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. I have all the language tracked the same. So the indictment reflects use, carry, or display a weapon.
Okay. Any objections to 3.3A or 3.3D? All right. Okay.
Well, let me take out the italics and all. I'll again take out the definition of antique firearm from 3.3D. And obviously, I didn't put non-deadly force. Obviously, discharge of a firearm is justifiable use of deadly force by law, so did not include that instruction, obviously.
Okay. Okay. So let's just kind of go paragraph by paragraph here. The first paragraph would say it is a defense to the crimes of first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, and manslaughter if the actions of Bree Kuhn constituted the justifiable use of deadly force. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Everybody good with that one?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so then we have the second paragraph Mr. Alderman, do you believe the second paragraph would apply as well? That the defendant does not have the burden of proving that she was justified in using deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using deadly force.
Yes, sir. That's standard.
Okay.
And that was the part where it talked about whether there was an issue as to whether it was a place where the defendant had the right to be. Obviously, in this case, this was a place where the defendant had the right to be, so that was why went with that instruction.
Okay. All right, the law on the justifiable use of deadly force is as follows. And would it then say the use of deadly force is justifiable if Bree Kuhn reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm? Is that to herself or another? Do y'all believe letter A is the one that needs to be used? Or is the defense wanting this defense to believe there's a forcible felony that was being committed against herself or another?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, well, what is that forcible felony?
Well, there was an argument, at least there was a word used, kidnapping.
Kidnapping his own children?
I don't think you can kidnap your own children.
Fair enough.
Okay. Any other ones?
Aggravated battery?
What are the facts that you believe would constitute aggravated battery?
Everything that came from Eric Kuhn.
Well, Mr. Alderman?
Judge, there was no mention of Collin having a weapon, so it would have to be aggravated battery with great bodily harm. I don't think there was anything really in his testimony creating great bodily harm. It was honestly, I'm not really sure what the end result of his testimony was. There's a scuffle, there's bangs, there's talk back and forth. I don't believe there was anything really indicating aggravated battery. I believe that would be very misleading for the jury to,
That's fair, Judge.
Yeah, I think the only thing would be potentially battery, but that's not a forcible felony.
Yes, sir.
So, all right?
I'll delete B.
That's correct. I like the next sentence, the judge must give one and only one.
That's what I was referencing about, because it talks about if there's a dispute over a duty to retreat.
Okay.
Which does not, so. Sorry, I went too far with my deletions there.
And so it would say, I'll let you scroll down again.
Sorry, I'm slow here. So that's why I left in, it's undisputed by the parties, and it had no duty to retreat.
Okay.
So I left that one in.
All right. And so you would give the instruction, Bree Kuhn had no duty to retreat before using deadly force?
Yes, sir. Obviously, the testimony evidence was that they were both in their own home. Neither party had a duty to retreat.
Okay. Any objection to that?
No.
All right. And then, okay. All right, so all of the, well, so the next one that should stay in would be your last sentence on that page. If Bree Kuhn was in a residence in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground and use stand her ground in which she had a right to be, she had no duty to retreat and had the right to stand her ground. It should say and use force instead of and use or force. And use force, including deadly force, if she reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to prevent, I think it's imminent death or great bodily harm to herself or others.
Oh, is it on the next page? Yeah. Oh, okay. It must have cut off.
I think that's how it should read.
Oh, okay. I see. And I think I'll go back through after we're done with the deletions, and I'll try and fix the spacing a little bit.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Like I said, this is just the draft. We'll go over it once again before we give it to the jury. Okay. All right, so the next sentence that probably should follow would be the use of deadly force is justifiable if Ms. Kuhn reasonably believed that the force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to herself. Well, maybe that doesn't apply. Well, yeah, I don't think that applies.
Yeah, I think we've covered that already.
Yeah, because there's no forcible felony.
Right.
And even though it's a dwelling, there's no felony being committed in the dwelling. And we already have the stand your ground in the dwelling, so she had no duty to retreat.
Yes, I believe all that would come.
I think so. Any objection to the instruction that says give in all cases?
I left the aggressor in there just in case how things turn out, but I don't believe the aggressor instruction is necessary.
Is the defense wanting that?
Should I come out?
I mean, that would be if, if she was the initial aggressor, withdrew, then sort of he reinitiated. There's no evidence of that, and so I don't believe any of the aggressor is appropriate given the evidence.
So this would occur if perhaps was the initial aggressor, he then came back and used deadly force, and then she would have a right to respond to that deadly force, even if she was the initial aggressor.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Yeah. All right. So we're fine with it coming up.
Okay.
All right. We'll take that out.
I think the next paragraph, based on her statements, is probably appropriate about prior threats or difficulties. I'm assuming defense wants that paragraph.
Yeah, that, I think there's a factual basis to give that instruction. I think specific act probably stays in.
Yes, sir. I'll take out the reputation within the reputation evidence. Actually, I'll take out both reputation paragraphs.
Agreed.
Yeah, reputation of Ms. Turner's not applicable.
And then I don't know if that last paragraph, because it has, self-defense, defense of another, we can leave it or self-defense or defense of another.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll go back and fix the spacing.
Okay. Okay. Any objections to the self-defense instruction at this time?
No, sir.
All right.
Judge, this is the one I know we were talking about the other day, the revised instruction. I don't believe this was had the revised language.
Right. The revised language is the first where it says a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. They've now added a first sentence to that. And it says proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. And it was amended on May 21st of 2024. What?
We're losing rights every day.
So proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof, but I'm sorry, beyond all doubt.
We're just stating what the law is, right?
Oh, yeah. For the record, I'm smiling. Smiling.
I'll take out the italics.
so weighing the evidence, obviously 1 through 5 will stay in.
I think the only other one would be number 8, I would say.
Any objections to 6, 7, 9, and 10 coming out?
Okay.
All right. So 8 will become number 6. We could say testimony he or she gave in court.
I guess we can take out the expert witnesses part.
Yes. Well, no, we've got the medical examiner.
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, good catch.
That's what I meant.
You were on it, Mr. Barnes. So obviously, law enforcement witness will stay in, and then
Take out defendant.
take out that one about defendant testifying.
I'll move the italics about witness talking to lawyer.
All right. So defendant not testifying will stay in, and I take it, Mr. Barnes, you want both paragraphs in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I always ask that because I had one defense attorney only wanted one of the paragraphs in. Defendant's statements, 3.9B, I think that stays in. Anybody disagree with that?
No, sir.
No disagree.
All right.
We can take out number 7 for 3.
Yes. And I guess you take out the italics.
Yes.
All right. Any objections, 3.11 and 3.12? All right, let's go to 3.13.
And I have the verdict form as well. So.
Okay. Any objection to the verdict form?
I can bring that up here on the screen.
Judge, I'd ask the verdict form to be changed to have not guilty first. There's no law or rule that I'm aware of that mandates it be last.
Okay. Mr. Alderman?
Alphabetical order makes the most sense.
What?
I said alphabetical order makes the most sense.
Well, I've always had the verdict form go through the charge, the lesser included offense, and then not guilty. Do it the way we've been doing it for a long time. I know there was a former judge that did something different one time.
Yeah, he put it on my verdict form twice. First, I think last. That's a good way to handle it.
He what?
He put it on there twice. It was not guilty by reason of, forget, and then just a plain not guilty.
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar with that. What happened on that case?
They checked, they're not guilty. One of them.
Okay.
It'd be good if they checked both, I guess, but.
Yeah, it was not guilty. Was there one not guilty by self-defense or something?
Exactly right.
Was
That's
that?
framed
Am I thinking of the same?
Yes, you're thinking of the same judge? But, well,
Yeah, it's the only judge that I know of that did it.
yeah, that was James Owens that got him to do it. I can't take it.
I believe you're correct on that one.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
Again,
He was found not guilty of that and found not.
he was found not guilty by self-defense and not guilty.
No, it doesn't, it's still on the story. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with that case and what happened. I think we're just going to use the style and the format and the order that
He did
I've
some-
always used.
Well, I respect that.
And part of it is the state's burden. So, but I understand too, there's the presumption of innocence. So, all right. So other than that, any objections to the verdict form?
No, sir.
And again, the language on the verdict form tracks the language of the
Okay.
indictment.
And then there'll be a choice of, is manslaughter on the second page? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And then let's go back to the jury instructions for 3
13. They don't have cell phones, correct?
Yeah, they're supposed to, do them in the lock boxes or leave them out in their cars, so we don't.
I'm going to take out that paragraph.
Yeah. All right, so items were received into evidence as exhibits. Obviously, we got a firearm
Yes, sir.
and some ammunition. I don't know that I necessarily want that to
Yes,
go
I think
into
it's
the jury room.
number 1, which is the firearm magazine, and then I think it was 130 A and B was the round in the chamber and the round in the magazine. So
Okay.
those, I think we can say, if they want to see those.
Yeah,
they can request them back.
I would just say exhibits, all the exhibits except those numbers you.
Do you want to put numbers or items? Usually I put items because I don't know if they have all the. I don't know if they have a list of all the numbers, so I can put the firearm, magazine, and ammunition.
Okay, any objection to that?
No.
I'll just say, if you wish to see those exhibits, please request that in writing. And that's something that we would just do in open court.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've seen it done where they come out, but we're not in here, but there's a deputy here, but again, however.
Okay. Well, we can make that decision
Yeah.
later. And if you wish to see those exhibits, please request that in writing, and then we can figure out how best we want to do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, any objections to these instructions?
None. No.
Okay, and I guess, Mr. Alderman, if you will, I guess you're going to go fix the
Yeah, I'll try to fix the
lines.
spacing issues, and then
And go ahead and email that to Tressie.
Okay.
And email me the verdict form again.
Yes, sir.
And then if we need to make any other changes, then, because I know your internet's not good here, so if we need to make changes, I'll be able to do it upstairs in my chambers.
Yes, sir. Jim, you want me to email those directly to you?
Yes, sir. That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Randy, do you want those to Amanda, or do you have your own email? I'm sorry? Okay.
All right. And it was, I know, Mr. Estes, I got a message. You've got to be in court, but that's Friday. It's not tomorrow, right? Okay. It would be, it's here, right, in front of somebody? Okay. All right, anything else that we need to put on the record?
Not that I can think of, Judge.
Sorry, in as much as we've rested in the event that the state doesn't call rebuttal witnesses, we would renew our motion for judgment of acquittal. Same argument.
Okay. Mr. Alderman, any response to that?
No further argument, no, Judge.
Okay. So at this time, I'll deny the motion. I believe there's sufficient facts to support the first-degree premeditated murder charge to go to the jury. And what time do y'all want to be here? Do y'all want to be here at 8:30? I told the jury 8:30, so.
Yes, sir, that'd be fine with me.
Okay.
That's fine. Like I said, I don't anticipate.
I don't know about Mr. Barnes, he probably would like 1 o'clock.
I mean, it kind of depends. It's because I wouldn't anticipate those 3 witnesses would take long. So if we start at 8:30, I would anticipate we could probably go into closings. Maybe start closings at 10 o'clock. And then
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I don't think closings would take it I think they would be shorter now. Obviously, there's a lot less ground to cover than anticipated. So I would anticipate hopefully do closings and then give them the case and they go to lunch.
Yeah, it will probably fall within their lunch break.
Yes, sir.
Like a plan.
All right, anything else we need to put on the record before we adjourn for the day?
Nothing to state, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, good evening.
Judge, do you need to disconnect me there, or?
Oh, yeah, let me.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah, I'm locking up and I'm putting tape on the doors.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm just moving my stuff.
We're going to read out the numbers instead of, but, right.
Not the name, just the number.
Right, but the juror's going to,
Pat, why don't you do the juror numbers? They have their numbers.
they have their numbers. Okay, all right.
And if anything, after lunch is when they're being delivered.
Well, today. Right. No, I appreciate it very, very much. Very thoughtful of you. You guys have a good night. I will. Maybe say hello to my wife.
Happy birthday.
It was yesterday. Happy birthday, Missy.
There's no saying happy birthday.
Oh, what?
It's like saying Merry Christmas on the 20th.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, I don't see you on Christmas. I think,
I'll get some tan.
she needs to go to work on